And we are going live. Oh, let me take this off. Shit, y'all already know what time it is. It's that wave check. Let me know how I'm doing. Fresh cut today. Not too deep. No mucho on us, but I had to go to the barber. Was trying to wolf it for a little while before I head back to the DR. But that's not happening. What's good? What's good? Got two special guests tonight. Y'all already know we got Andre and got my boy GQ coming in to talk to tell his story about the description right here. Garden Scientist was good. I see you. Hey, listen, man, this is what I need y'all to do. Just what Garden Scientist did. I need y'all to spam in the comments for Jorge. Jorge got the link, but he does not want to pop up. And excuse me, y'all, I'm watching this Heat game because y'all know it's the Miami Heat over here, baby. It's the Miami Heat over here. Let's go. Heat fans since 03. Don't talk to me about Chapa Payo bandwagon. Come on, I got the scars. I got the tears, the sweat, everything from the Heat. But yo, very special episode tonight. Make sure you guys stay tuned. I am a little bit under the weather. Forgive me for that. I think it happened from Carnival this weekend. You know, being in the sun all day and then going on to the AC later on at nighttime. So I'm definitely under the weather tonight. But yo, drop a comment. Let me know who's here with me. Very, very special topic tonight. Very special topic for men, women, whoever wants to join in. Got something to say? I'll drop the link. And we got Andre coming in a little while. If we spam Jorge enough in the comments, Jorge will be here. Hopefully, let's spam Jorge. But let me introduce my guest, my first guest of the night, GQ. For those of you who don't know, GQ has been my boy for over a decade. That's my brother. He's a traveler, maestro of ceremonies, dancer, whatever it is. And he is now trying to get into the expat game. So those in the expat community, let's open our arms to him, embrace him. He's trying to, I believe, head for Colombia. So GQ, what's good, bro? Introduce yourself to the folks real quick.
What's good, people? Name GQ. Everybody knows me as Winnie. Been traveling since 2000, I'll say 15. Overseas, been to all types of countries, even in Europe and everything like that. Went to Colombia for my birthday. Definitely was a vibe. I don't fully know speaking Spanish and everything like that, but I am learning as we speak right now. So, but other than that, man, like the experience, like I've been traveling so far, like all places I've been to and everything like that. So I can't complain. I'm work two jobs. I'm an iron work out here. Do the dancing shit on the weekend. I'm a dancer, so what I'm saying? I'm just one of them dudes that's just always outside. You feel me? So
Explain dancing because I don't want folks to think like you're a stripper. So explain dancing.
no stripper. Like just regular Chris Brown shit. Like I'm just that dude. Like when you go to the club and you see motherfuckers dancing in a circle. I'm in that circle just vibing on my Chris Brown shit, literally, no lie. So.
So he's gonna drop his IG in the comments. Like I said, we got Dre coming
Well,
in.
my IG got hacked, but
Oh
I'm gonna
damn,
make a
the
new
IG
one.
got hacked. But yeah, man, yo, Colombia. I definitely have some more. I'm sorry, you two. I definitely have some more Colombia footage that I definitely want to put up for you guys. It was the brother's first time in Colombia. Like Dre got on a live last night with Russell. Shout out to Taylor Made Dreams. And he spoke about, listen, when you move into a country, definitely do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 recon trips to
Yeah,
that country. To that country you want to move on, because GQ was in Dominican Republic. He was visiting me in the DR, and then his first time in Colombia was April last month, and then things changed. Now it's like
that's a
one
fact.
one country goes to the back burner, and then another one takes its place. But I got
Got,
a
got
few
way better
people.
love in Colombia than DR for a fact, and I went to DR for like I went 3 times in 1 year.
Right before Colombia, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Keep that in mind on knowing where exactly you want to live. But drop a comment with me. Who's here watching right now? It's going to be a great chat. I would love to have all of you guys participate. Let's see. Garden Scientist was good. Was good. Like I said, I gave Jorge the link. Make sure you guys spam Jorge in the comment. Be like, yo, tell Jorge to come through. Jackson Jeter was good. Was good. Guess who stepped in the room? Funny topic, man. Yes, and speaking of the man himself, everybody tag my journey with mom. First off, make sure you guys go subscribe to his channel, follow him, and tag my journey with mom to open the link and to hop in his chat tonight. I need all you guys in the comments to tag. And here's my third and final guest of the night, Dre from Love
What's up,
Crossing
brethren?
Borders.
What's
What's
good?
good,
What's
my
good? What's
brother?
good?
What's good?
What's up,
Dre,
fellas?
this is GQ. GQ, this is
GQ in the
Dre.
building. What's up, brother?
What's good, brother? What's good?
Oh, nothing much, man. Having a great day. Great
That's
evening
good.
now.
That's good to hear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dre is 2 hours behind in Cali right now, yeah. So if he's on a time where he can keep going, and it looks like I'm dying because, like I mentioned, I'm under the weather, it's because that 2 hour difference.
Wilding out there right now.
That 2 hour difference. Definitely. Dre, yo, I made a clip of the live you did with Russell last night. This one part where you were like, don't do it for others, don't move for others, but move for you.
Oh.
Man, that was just so powerful. Yeah, that clip, I actually clipped it from the hour and 50-minute live. It's on my channel, it's on my post from that segment, Juris by my man. That was just so powerful. That inspired me. But that's not one of the reasons why Dre's on tonight. Dre did a live last Friday where he came through with some heat and he wasn't even drinking. And he came through with the heat. I ain't talking about Miami, even though my Miami heat's down right now. But Dre came through with some heat. Is going to be great. Jorge says much respect to all. Jorge got the link. We just waiting on you.
All right, Jorge.
But without further ado, let's start the show up. How we gonna start up? Let's go with this. All right. So a lot of you guys see from the thumbnail, the title, turning a garden tool into a kitchen knife, a hoe into a housewife.
Oh God.
Can it be done?
Can it be done? Now, us as men love, gentlemen, tell me if you agree or disagree. Don't men love like the challenge of doing things that shouldn't be touching? Like, oh, you know what? That shiny red button over there. What happens if I like scrape it? Or
That's why IKEA exists, because men like to put stuff together. We like the accomplishment of putting stuff together. Even though we complain about it when we look at and open up the box, we throw the instructions over there and we want to put it together ourselves, and we want to feel that joy, whether it be putting together a classic car, whether it be putting together a building a house or a cabin back in the days. No matter what, men historically have loved to fix, repair, structure, and feel like we've accomplished it from nothingness or almost nothingness. And so it is quite often when it comes to our relationships, especially once you get your passport, we make the mistake of thinking that the female that we're with, she came from IKEA.
The female came from IKEA. So that's the complications of men trying to build on things that shouldn't be built, or just the headaches of building things. So I have GQ win here tonight because we're all men here, and we're all honest men, and I warn them it's gonna be a wild comment section.
Mm-hmm.
GQ win takes the assignment of trying to turn garden tools into kitchen knives, and he has his track record for success, and he has his track record for failures. So now, you guys know Dre from Colombia. We know what Colombia is about. We know what Cali is about. Medellin is night and day. So GQ Win is gonna talk, and whichever one of my female subscribers wants to hop in, or anybody in the comments, we're gonna have a nice in-depth conversation tonight, kind of like what's going on in the course today with Amber Heard and Johnny. We're just going to do a cross-examination.
Yeah,
there we go.
We're going to do a cross-examination of and I'm under the weather because I'm not going to be talking a lot tonight. So I got my little sippy cup right here. Shout out to Dr. Strange. multiverse of
Shout out to the
madness
black
right here.
people.
But let's get this going. GQ, I want you to hit us with a little warm up story about what has led you down that path. Has it been traveling? Has it been something back home? And talk about your first moment of success when turning a garden tool into a kitchen knife.
Well, I've been like I said, I've been traveling. Like once I got into the union as an iron worker, I mean the possibilities was endless. I was able to travel more than anything else. So, like sometimes when you just hit your boys up, be like, "Yo, let's just go over here. Let's go over here." I've been had my passport, but just never got it stamped. So, one of my good friends from high school, he was actually in the Air Force, and he was living in London at the time, and call it, he actually just nobody never just visited him at all. Nobody went out there. Everybody was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna come, and I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you." For years, man. I mean, he's been living out there for he was at the time, but he was living out there for like 4 years, and nobody checked him. Nobody checked him. So me and my good friend from high school, Darnell, we were like, "Yo, fuck it. I got in the union. We get bonuses every year, so I was like, yo, let's just book a trip to London, and we're gonna be out there for 2 weeks.
There we go.
Book the trip, and that was it, man. I was just like, yo, I gotta travel. I gotta see the world, man. Like, I'm gonna be in London, seeing a different culture, and just being around different people. I mean, it was just dope, and just seeing the vibes, and just knowing that, like, yo, there's other places you can see outside of like being in the States. So ever since then, I've just been traveling. I've been to Thailand. I've been to Tokyo. I've been to Hungary. So this is how this whole situation with this girl. So I'm in Queens working. No, my school's in Queens, going through the apprenticeship as an iron worker, and you know what I'm saying. There was just times where, I just needed some ass. So Freed, he had this website. You know what I'm saying? Like hit them
Whoever that
spots,
is.
like $200 for 1 hour and shit. So like, like what I used to
Damn,
do, I used to go
damn,
to like
those are some wild times.
I after work, you know what I'm saying, just to get one off before I go to school and shit. You know what I'm saying? So there was this one spot, this location. It was just all European girls. And then after that, uh, I finally went, and then there was this one girl I met in there. Her name was Nikki. And obviously that wasn't her name, but like, what I'm saying, she had like a disguised name, whatever. And the vibe was just cool. And I just for some reason I was just like, yo, I gotta get this chick out of this fucking spot and just take her out. Just take her out.
All
Not
right,
more, not less.
so pause right there. You went to this pay for play spot in Queens. Shout out to Queens, New York. Um, met a chick, vibed. You vibed with her right before, making a hot dog sandwich. And what was it to you, like that was like, oh, let me take this P for P chick out of here?
It wasn't like out of here. It was just more like for some reason, like she just felt like a good connection with me. And even like whenever like so we would just obviously smash and then we would just chill after. So that's what it was. So then she'll just start talking to me and I'll just listen to her. And we'll just have conversations about whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how it led up to like, me being able to take out the house because what it is like these girls can't leave the house. They gotta stay there. They gotta like, if they want groceries, one gotta leave and they gotta come right back. That's just what it is. So she was able to lie one night, obviously I was there. Obviously showed my face a couple of times, whatever, and I was able to take her out. Went to some hookah lounge. We was vibing, chilling, whatever. And she was in Queens for like, I would say 4 to 5 months working. And then she went back home. So I got her number on WhatsApp. We're still talking. And I'm like, yo, everything was cool. We've been chilling. We went out a couple of times, went to dinner. showed her like certain spots in New York City and shit. And shit was just cool. So after that, I was like, yo, let me pull up to your city. And she didn't think I was serious. She was like, nah, I don't think you're serious, but I would love for you to come. And I could show you around my country. I was like, all right, fuck it. I got my vacation check. It was around summertime. Bought my flight. It was like $1,000-something. I went out there for like a week. Literally flown out by myself. And she got her own crib. You know what I'm saying? Lived by herself. And literally got at the airport in Hungary. And obviously I'm the only brother in Hungary. And you don't see brothers out there at all.
Dre, you been to Hungary yet?
Actually, no. We're actually planning on spending 4 months in Europe next year. So, we're moving out there. So we're going to be out there for a while. Then the year after, we're going to be relocating permanently. But definitely, we're excited about that whole region. So I'm glad to hear the brother say that he's been out there. That's what's up.
Yeah, man, for sure. Europe is beautiful. I still haven't seen the rest of it yet. So definitely got more to see. But yeah, man.
So hold on. Let me do a quick wrap up for everybody who's now joining the live. So met girl at Pay for Play spot, talked to her outside, went to visit. Now, to me, it sounds like something that happens every. How can I put this, Dre? Like every trip, every month, every year, or is it different? Dre, do you think it's different? It's a little bit different on the level he went on, because
I think because I was taking notes as my brother was speaking, and I think because he came from the perspective, what made it a lot easier, he came from the perspective of helping the person out. Us Americans, we talked about this before on your show about how it's easy for people to tug on our humanitarian strings in regards to Americans are more known to giving and donating and helping people out than any other country in the world. They're just statistics. And so I think because he came from the perspective of helping somebody and not necessarily, and correct me if I'm wrong, looking for a long-term relationship, it kept that dynamic or that pressure away from what he was trying to do in regards to helping that person. So that's how I'm taking his story from the perspective of, hey, if this person is interested in help, I'll help them. Now, if she would have backed off, it wouldn't have been any pressure, because from the way that he's saying, he wasn't looking for a relationship from this person, just a friendship or connection. And so because he came from that perspective, if he was here in Colombia, I think he would have been able to do the exact same thing based off of how he was doing it. And a lot of guys make the mistake of they only want to help somebody when it 1000% benefits them relationship wise. I want to take her out of this situation so I could be the only one smashing her for the next 40 days and for 40 nights. So, you see what I'm saying? So since he came from that perspective, even though they may have still had their intimate moments, he still, from the story he told, correct me if I'm wrong, brother, he still was coming from, I'm just helping another human being perspective, not necessarily saying I'm about to move to Europe or I'm taking her to the States with me, or all that foolishness what dudes try to do, try to make a garden into a housewife. That's the mistake that a lot of guys make. But once she got on her feet, notice it was easy for her to say, hey, come on out. If you're willing to come out, I like to see you. She had nothing to hide based off of his story. But a lot of times dudes try to do that and try to make a relationship or a marriage out of somebody that's may not be willing to change mentally quite yet, and as far as their career quite yet. And that's where it becomes problematic.
Hold on, Jay. I don't want you to touch that one just yet, because I feel the rant coming with that. We gonna let GQ finish his story.
Ahead,
so
GQ.
give us the quick rundown. So for those of you now just joining, met her in the Pay for Play spot, went to go visit her native country of Hungary. What was that like? Because you said there was a vibe, there was connection. You guys were talking. What was that like getting to Hungary? Did you have to come out of pocket for anything? Was the treatment different from the conversations? Tell us a little bit about that.
Nah, I mean, everything was the same. I mean, she cooked for me. We went out places. I mean, obviously, I'm a gentleman, so I'm gonna pay for drinks if we go out somewhere. But it was fine. It was just like I wouldn't even call it a relationship. It was just more like it was just flowing right. Everything was just flowing. Like I didn't even have to like act like she didn't ask me to pay for things. Like she paid for things, like things that I was like, yo, let me just pay because I didn't want her paying the whole time because I'm in her country. She just welcomed me in, just showing her country around to me. So I like it's okay. Like I could pay for this, I could pay for that, but I can't even say like a lot of the times I came out of pocket like the whole entire time because times she just took care of me and she had a car, drove me around, whatever it was, man.
Yeah,
Like
she had a
it was
car. What
just
kind of car
amazing.
she had?
Uh, Mercedes Benz. Obviously, she was chilling out there. Yeah, she
Ooh.
had a nice ass condo, man. Like really new. Like one of them condos that like in New York it'll be like $5,000-6,000, but in Hungary, money is so scarce out there. The USD stretched so long, you could be really chilling out there.
That's Los right there. Shout out to you said she's from Poland?
No, she's Hungarian.
Hungarian
Very.
from so Hungary. So the dollar is also good in Hungary. Did
Yeah,
not
like
know
I
that.
think the USD, I think it's like $1 is like almost like 400. It might be even more now since the whole war shit going on and everything like that. But
Yeah. Shout out to Teddy KGB for the first super chat tonight. Make sure you guys kind. But if you guys want to send a super chat, anything like that, hit up the Cash App, hit up the Zelle. It'll get to Chop Up Out faster in Brazil. So would you obviously you're not with her today. What happened? And did her line of work affect you mentally?
her line of work didn't affect me mentally because a lot of the times, like, you know, yeah, she'll tell me like she's working, but she's not gonna go into detail. I know I think us as men, we like try to like ask those type of questions, like, yo, like what he did. Like, I'm not really trying to ask those type of questions because why would I try to mess up my mental knowing that like she's doing what she gotta do to live her life because I understand what she gotta do. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
love it.
so I'm just respecting what she got to do, and I just gotta like understand, like, yo, it is what it is. I understand your situation now, But I always told her, like, yo, you could get out your situation. You ain't got to keep doing what you're doing, And like, which is crazy. Today, she got a regular job in Hungary. She's doing good, And it's like, yo, I told her, like, yo, I told you that you ain't got to be selling box the whole entire time. Like, you could get a job, And she really didn't think, she could get it. It was just obviously, fast money is always good money.
Mm.
When they see the money, it's like this money is good, but like, I showed her like a part of me that she never experienced from a man where like, I could be different. I could change my life. I don't have to be doing this. And that's pretty much what I gave her. Like I came in her life. I wasn't like, this type of dude that was trying to like have a relationship in the beginning. It was just more like the connection was so good, we just vibed off of that. And then ever since then, we just been talking. We were just always talking. And I just showed her parts of me that she's never experienced from a European man because European men are totally different from American men, just the culture, how they are. European men are very controlling. Like they don't want their women out. They don't want their women talking to other men. Like me, I don't mind like you having a conversation, with some other dude. As long as you respect me, I respect you. That's just what it is.
Right.
So the cultures are just totally different. And, you know, there's certain parts of like me that like, that I don't understand about her. And there's certain parts of, her that like I didn't understand. So there was a lot of clashing that happened, during the time. But like I only went out there 2 times. So after I came back, she came back to New York. Same thing. She came to see me. She was out here working. And same thing. We went out. She slept over my crib a couple times, whatever. And then the next time she went back, this is when like I think COVID was like about to happen, and I got laid off from work. And I was thinking about going. This was around Christmas time, and then around Christmas time, I'm like trying to figure things out. I'm telling her I'm gonna come, but I don't know as yet. And then her girlfriends were in her head. Like, yo, why you talking to this dude all the way all the way in America? He's not gonna see you. He's not gonna come out here. So a lot of that shit got in her head. And what happened was, by the time I even got out there, I already knew like this was gonna be it. Like this is gonna be the last time I see her. And then it really was. Like, you know, she got me a gift, a Louis Vuitton duffel bag, this whole book about our relationship and everything, like how great it was and everything like that. And she's just like, look, you're all the way in America. I need somebody here with me. And I know you're not going to give up your life because you got a great job and everything like that to come out here. So it was just one of those things like, yo, you just had to like let it go. And it is what it is. So that was like I could say like my success with that, where, you know, even though she was selling, at the end, she stopped selling. At least she learned a lot from me and she changed her life. So
go ahead, Dre.
Oh man, listen, I commend the brother. The whole story is complete opposite of 98% of the stories that me and Chapel Pie, maybe you GQ often hear. So at the end of the day, man, I gotta commend you on how you handle it and how she handled herself. It didn't come across as one. I'm a Libra, so I'm always listening to the balance of something. It didn't come across as one-sided. It actually sounded like she benefited and you benefited as far as being able to help somebody and accomplish the goal of helping somebody without trying to make it all 100% about you, like a lot of dudes do. They try to take a woman out of being out of her, you know.
I was looking at the comments, man, but nah, for real, she stopped selling though. She got a job,
right.
She's back in school, so everything's legit. You know, we still talk to this day. You know.
Yeah, let's get to some of these comments because I know the direction the conversation is about to go. Garden Scientist says women don't want to be saved, Winnie. That's not being Phil Jackson. Jorge, where you at, man? Jorge got the link. Y'all make sure y'all spamming Jorge in the comments. Jackson Jeter, what's up? Said she had G.
Yeah, G.
Now you think she stopped selling? Oh boy, country. Damn, she had game. Everybody's coming to the same thing that she got.
You know why they say that?
Why?
I want you to pause for a second. Realize why they're saying that. Because these are the guys that would have got and had chosen the wrong girl to try to help instead of choosing the right person to try to help. You see what I'm saying? He didn't say he tried to help every girl or every single person that he had been with. He had enough maturity about himself, or GQ had enough maturity about himself to realize that there is something about this person that I am not going to relationship benefit from and not going to try to 100% sexually try to benefit from, to whereas these guys in the comment section, these are the guys that would have tried to rescue somebody and that person would have still been a pro. Those are the guys that would have tried to rescue somebody and she would have cheated on them or would have used them. So since that would have happened to them, they're assuming that this brother that should have happened to GQ too. See, a lot of times you will hear the comment section try to project what would have happened to them and how their mistake would have happened and try to project it on the person that's in the panel. That's why they're saying that.
I wasn't even trying to save her at all. That's the thing.
Right.
I wasn't. That I never was trying to save her. It was just a connection. At the end of the day, I was just pulling up on her because we just had a good connection. And that's all. And she just fucked with me.
See, GQ, these guys would have paid for an apartment. They would have bought her house. She wouldn't have had to get another job. She'd have still been a pro. They would have still, all she had to do was cook and have sex with these guys in the comment section. And they would have think that was a come up, especially in DR and Colombia. But since you didn't buy the apartment, you didn't pay for her resume to be printed. You didn't pay for her car. When you came out, she came out, she had a nice place, she had a nice car, and then she actually flew to see you. These guys can't handle that. That's beyond their concept of understanding. How could that happen? When they would have chose check it out, GQ, they would have chose the pro sitting next to her. These guys would have chose the pro sitting right next to her, and all hell would have broke loose in their lives. And since they break loose in your life, they want to hate in the comment section. She got game. She did. Well, okay, guys, here we go in the comment section. What game did she use? She didn't get an apartment out the deal. She didn't get extra money out the deal. She didn't get extra sex out the deal. She didn't get a car out the deal. She didn't get a passport out the deal. So what was the game at that y'all talking about? She
Great
didn't
question.
run any game. You see what I'm saying? If she didn't get in, all he gave her was encouragement and say, hey, you can do this. Just believe in yourself. She actually flew out to see him just as easily as he flew out to see her. So where was the game that she got while y'all running off at the mouth? Because Andre, I want to hear. Don't let me just talk. Let me hear you guys in the comment section. What was the game?
Old Country Boy says, with all due respect, Andre, I personally would not even see a pro pass her respective casa, but I respect Winnie's story.
And I agree 1,000% on a regular basis. 99.99% of the pros, I wouldn't even when I was in that lifestyle dealing with pros and brothels, I wouldn't have. And correct me if I'm wrong, maybe GQ is proof of 99% of females. He probably wouldn't have gave a chance to, but he said that this person just on the friend connection, they connected as being cool with each other. And so that's how it ended up. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's how they connected. It was never see, this the part. A lot of guys either mess with pros in the sense of try to rescue them because it's for their benefit, not the woman's benefit. Mm-hmm. Secondly, the other guys that such as myself and other guys said, I won't even take the gamble because statistically, we know that this woman might not turn out to be beneficial to herself, least long beneficial to me. So just like the one brother said, I don't even put my respect past the average pro. I'm on his side. But as far as the story that was just shared by GQ, I can commend him by way of how he handled the situation and how the situation, the end results took place. We can't look past the results because we don't mess with. I wouldn't try to help somebody or encourage somebody. Okay, cool. I'm with you guys. I'm on that team. But if somebody does, at least do it just like this brother did. If you're going to do it, at least, build a connection. Do not try to build a sturdy, strong relationship or try to take off the track or be off in her business. I know you're a pro. How many dudes you sleep with? All of them, like he said, I was doing stuff not to mess with my mind. A lot of you dudes would have got your mind tore up in the first week with being with trying to rescue a pro. Some of you dudes sitting back on your pillow right now in tears, crying because a pro that broke your heart that you thought you could save. You want to come on this live stream and act like you can criticize somebody who didn't do and make the mistakes that you made. You should be ashamed of yourself. Go look in the mirror right now and spell simp.
But hold on, Jay. I'm gonna play.
Right now and spell simp.
I'm gonna be the Amber Heard lawyer tonight for those in the comments.
Amber Heard lawyer got smashed. You may not want to say
got
that.
Smashed. That's not even a lawyer, man. He got his license on the back of a cereal box. You can't even
that's OG.
You might want to be Camille, Johnny's attorney. Be Camille.
Oh fuck.
Nah, because so Dre mentioned the word. A few things that stood out to me when Dre said he used the word gamble and mental. And German got here late, so I'm gonna do a quick recap of GQ story. GQ went to a pay-for-play spot where the first night he connected with a girl, where it led to conversations outside, meeting outside, to each of them visiting.
Hey, yo, don't forget, I went back a couple times.
Mm-hmm. Went back.
I went back like more than once. You know what I'm saying? I still paid. I still did what I did, but every time I smashed, and when I was done, bro, we had conversations. We just talked about everything, bro.
Right.
So I just want to put that out there. It wasn't like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. She was from Hungary. GQ went to Hungary twice to visit her. Didn't put no money up to an apartment, had a condo. Didn't put no money up to a car, had a Benz, picked him up from the airport, took him out in Hungary. Black men in Hungary, you do not see a lot of those. But this story and his story, I don't want to confuse y'all, is not a one size fits all.
Correct.
Because like Dre mentioned, he picked the pro that was like maybe not there 100% into that lifestyle, but that a lot of y'all will pick up the block of C4 right next to her and suffer. Seen it all the time in the Dominican Republic. This is a true love story, y'all. And I'm sorry, I'm under the weather. I got some medication in here. Boy meets girl in Sosua. Girl meets boy. Boy smashes said girl for money, falls in love. Boy says, I can show you the world. Takes her out of Sosua. Says, Listen, I'll
Sing
give
it,
you this.
brother.
Da, 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 da,
Sing
da.
them Disney songs.
Just close your legs, please. Just stop it. Stop it. But I've seen it, gentlemen, because I have been that guy. Like Dre used to say a lifetime ago, I have been that guy where me living in Puerto Plata was in bed with the chick while she was on the phone with you guys in the States talking about I'm home. Let that resonate. You guys go to a place where the mentality is fast money, where the mentality is I can't do a 9 to 5. My 9 to 5 is right here between my legs. Where the mentality is lie, 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 even if you're on your deathbed. You could offer it's so fundamental the lying that it's like you offer them $1 million not to lie, and they'll be like, why? It's not a one size fit all because and like Dre said, I want Dre to elaborate on this a little. The gambling, because number one, you're gambling or not. You're not only gambling your money, you're gambling your peace of mind. You're gambling your time. You're gambling your rep, because now every time you come out of the airport, every time you drive through Pedro Crescente or whatever, you drive through any other part of the country where you're dating a known pay for play, you're being laughed at. The family's laughing at you. Like, when's the gringo coming in? What is he bringing? Meanwhile, you're not the only one. I don't want you guys to get confused off GQ story because she stopped momentarily, went back to work, but now she's out completely, right? When?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, obviously, but
As far as
she's never, as far like as long as I've known her, she's always kept it a buck with me, and that's just that type of culture. They're very straightforward and honest. Like they just don't give a fuck, even if it hurts your feelings. They're very straightforward. It's not like one of them like lying shits, but so far, yeah.
But I'm talking to those men who purposely go to Cartagena, purposely go to Medellin, or what's it called, Jake? Parqueyeras, all the nightclubs and all these places. Talk to the men who go to the store. Talking to the men who follow a chick on IG and her first picture is a chick with her ass out, and the second picture is one with her son. Talking to those men that you can't change it. You can't always change that.
No.
You can't always change a hole into a kitchen knife. I can't pull up to the dinner table with a tool this big that's used for taking out weeds and try to cut steak with that shit. It's wrong choices. It's a poor gamble, and it's the mentality. And I want to get into the mentality, but I want to have Dre comment on that.
Yeah, he's absolutely correct. And there's two mentalities. And after hearing because I came on board initially, and I'm thinking GQ story is going to be like 98% of the stories. You know, I met this pro, blah, blah, blah. And then after hearing his story in depth and how he moved his mentality, let's talk about the guys first. His mentality did it just right if you're going to do it. He didn't come across selfishly in the sense of I'm doing this 100% for me, so she only be sexy for me. He didn't do it in a way that didn't benefit her at all. You know, baby, I'll rescue you. Not saying that I'll help you get a career or a resume or anything. He didn't sit back and say, no, I'll pay you everything. He did none of those things. He didn't sit back and put his money up gamble. He didn't gamble his money in the sense of like, I'll get you an apartment, I'll get you a car. He didn't do those things. So the mentality of the man, first of all, just talking to you men out there, if your mind is not ready to make that type of move with the woman that's in that industry to change her or to at least encourage her to change, don't do that. Just let her stay in her career. You just go ahead, pay for play, and walk off that brothel happy. Do not try to do something that mentally you know that you ain't ready for. Now let's talk about the woman. If the woman doesn't have that mentality, no matter what you try to do, she cannot, if she belonged to the streets and sincerely belonged to the streets, and you know it, you grown enough to know if a woman belongs to the streets. You know if she belongs. Come on, guys, we all over 25 now. We all know who is.
It's common sense. No, you know, I don't want to cut you off, but it's common sense. It's like what I did, I didn't do it for me. It literally was just a connection. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. You know, you go to these pay for play spots, whatever the case may be. Sometimes you may have a a vibe with one chick that you smashing, you just be like, yo, cool. Don't look at it like you trying to save her. I wasn't even trying to save Shorty at all. It was just like, yo, I like the connection. I'm just gonna keep pulling up to see you. And it's, you know what I'm saying? That's it. And it just led to what it was. I understand, like, yo, look, I have a good heart. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I didn't love the girl, obviously, because we were talking for like 2 years. I did love the girl, but I'm all the way out here. I have a career and everything like that. I
Mhm.
wasn't gonna drop all this shit, like making 6 figures out here and then go out there and figure shit out. Like, I wasn't on that mentality. I wasn't trying. I was gonna make her come out here. I was gonna go out there, like it just wouldn't make sense. But
Right.
I didn't look at it as for me, like trying to save her or whatever case may be. It was just solely because we had a connection, the vibe was good, and I'm just gonna flow from there. That's what it was. Don't ever go to like these pay for play spots and think you trying to save a girl, because that's
Mhm.
not what it's supposed to be.
Mhm.
Times you're gonna fuck a chick and the vibe might be right. Cool. Then if you want to keep the vibe, then pull up and just continue the vibe. That's just really what it was. I'm really one of those guys, yo, that it's all about connection and vibes. My energy, I don't give that to all these chicks out here. So a lot of the times when I went to like these spots, it wasn't every girl I was smashing. I was trying to like save her or trying to have that connection. If I smashed and I didn't feel it, I'm not trying to continue that. I'm just gonna be like, all right, well, I got my nut, I'm good. That's it.
Right.
But it was just this girl just was like, there was just something about her. The energy was good. Like she conversated with me and everything was just right. You feel me? And then after that, she was just good.
Right.
Let's get to some of these comments real quick before Dre and I break down the mentality of said women here. So Jackson Jeter says a lot of brothers go from a pay for play to landing a gem, then point the finger at the brothers that never learn. 100, almost everyone at one point paid for and chase ass over in these countries, including me. Right? German says, well, the fact he didn't get drugged and robbed like them clowns do in Colombia, so my man had his guard up from that standpoint. I can say he was going back. He was basically vetting in the house. Garden Scientist says, Winnie, you have a good heart, and I respect that, but I can't play with pros like that. You honest would never know if she left the market, and if she didn't, your love story goes down the drain. Oh, country boy, what's good? If you keep it strictly entertainment, you mitigate 99% of the risk taking a major L, both mentally and physically. I get that. I get that. I can't deny that. It's Clyde. What's good? What's going on? And this is one thing I want to come back to. Make sure you guys remember this comment. And it's her job to make you feel that way. And I don't want to just talk to GQ Win about this. I want to just generalize this in general. So we're gonna come back to this comment. Jackson Jeter says, "My mother loves Winnie." you got shout out to Jackson Jeter's mom watching right now. Mama Jackson, we see you. Old Country says, I'm not fond of the love part though when he lost me there.
I'll get into that. I'll get into that.
Just like Cass to go to strip club and has that one dance he's cool with. At least he was smart and played it safe. Travel Barber was good. All right, so Jay, let's break down the mentality on why so we're gonna talk like GQ is not even here. Why you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, a garden tool into a kitchen knife.
It could be everything from you got three things, guys, that are the most valuable elements in your life: your money, your time, and your energy. Those are the most expensive things that you can have: your money, your time, and your energy. And those three things, if you gamble with them with a pro, you be making a mistake. So when it comes to that woman's mindset, those are the three things that she's looking for. She's looking for your time. If she's a pro, she's looking for your money, and she's enjoying your energy. So a lot of times a guy thinks that she is going to change her mindset. It's just like what you were saying earlier, Chapapa, in regards to how deep that person is into the industry. Also, does have a mental effect upon them. Because if their mama was a pro and mom sent her out there at 14 years old and now she's 23, 24, she's been doing it 8 or 9 years. This is all this person knows. So in the case of brother GQ, if he had chosen somebody that was 9 years deep in the game, his words of encouragement may not have come across as anything. But here's the kicker. At least the brother was wise enough to only offer her words of encouragement. He didn't waste his money. He didn't give her extra time and didn't give her extra energy. If she would have had the mentality of, I'm not leaving the game, I'm in it to win it, I like being a pro, I'm not doing a 9 to 5. So it depends on how long that person's been in the game. And if they, let's admit it, some of these women like multiple sex with multiple men. I don't know why we try to act like we always try to make it seem like because she getting medicine for her grandmama, because she got 3 kids at home to feed. No, she like multiple sex from multiple men from multiple countries. There's a lot of women out. We like sex. We enjoy sex from multiple women from multiple countries. There are pros that are out there. They are not leaving the game because to go and just have sex with one dude, just you, huh? Just you for the rest of my life. Just looking at yours for the. She just got to look at yours. She got to see your nuts go from black to gray for the rest of your. That's all she get to see to the day she died. And she just daydreaming about all those dudes from all the different parts of the world, all the different cultures that she had. Some of those women are not trying to walk away from that sexual exploitation or enjoyment or adventure or journey. So we have to be honest about that. So that's where it comes down to mentality with me. How long has that person been in the game to where it's impacted them to where they can't change at this point in time? And do they enjoy being in the game? How many times have we all talked to somebody about smoking cigarettes? Dog, you smoke 2 packs a day. What's wrong with you, bro? And they tell you, some dudes will tell you, yeah, man, I know. And other dudes will tell you, I smoke. My sister tell you, I smoke 2 packs a day because I like smoking. There are people that know. They read the back of the cigarette package like we do, but they like smoking. They like smoking cigarettes. And so we can't sit back and just pretend that many of these women don't like what they're doing.
Right. And guys tend to forget because as soon as, the hot dog goes down Alice's Wonderland, sex is mental. It's mental. It's actual chemicals being released by the brain when you're having sex. So now for these females, so now for these females who are releasing these chemicals at all different types of the day with all different types of people from different parts of the world, like Dre said, and receiving money at the same time, forget about it.
Yeah.
They're going down a rabbit hole that is very, very, very hard to come out of. And I want to quote a story that Jorge told me. Jorge told me about this pro who lives in Santo Domingo, has a husband that lives outside of the country. The husband sends her $4,000 a month.
That's crazy.
Now, $4,000 a month, you would live.
That's comfortable.
You comfortable. You damn near an expat at that point. That was born in the DR. You got your retirement, you got your investments, and you got up and moved. But a Dominican woman living in DR getting $4,000 a month, like clockwork, every first. And guess what? She's still a pro. Still goes out and sells.
Crazy.
Like
that is crazy.
At some point you're gonna have to say, nah, it's not even the money. It's not even the money anymore. At what point do you say, really? And that story is for some of you gentlemen who think you could buy your way out of a situation all the time. You cannot buy your way out of a mental problem.
Good point.
You cannot pay Lisa at the disco. Hey, Lisa, I really like you. I like how you did that thing you did last night. How about you do that thing only for me? 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years since Lisa been doing that thing for everybody who throws a couple pesos her way. Now y'all paying dollars. Disgusting to say y'all pay who throws several $100s away. Disgusting. Y'all fucked up the market. I'm upset with y'all. But anyways,
God, whatever.
but you guys purposely go to these spots and you try to take them off the street. And why? And let's all be honest in the comments right now. Let's all be honest because I know somebody out there. Send this video link to somebody who you know has tried to save a pro, and I just want them to drop a comment and be like, why? I just want them to tell me what were they thinking when you went to this spot and you seen old girl come out the bathroom with the fast hand scrub washing from the last client. You're like, damn, I like how she did that. Maybe she'll stop and do it just for me. And I'll answer that question before you guys let me know your reason. But it's a lot of you guys are what's the word? It's not low hanging fruit, but it's like first thing smoking. You're on the first thing smoking. You don't even take the time to go to the Claro or talk to the receptionist behind the desk or talk to the person at the doctor's office. You're on the first thing smoking. She looked good and she gave it up to me and I paid for it. Dollar the peso is good. I could afford it. Let me take her out of the game. Man, it's men who travel to jump right into the shark teeth of the pay for play game, expecting to pull a tooth out. You're only gonna get chewed up.
Mm-hmm.
So GQ, I want you to tell a story of a time where trying to turn a garden tool to a kitchen knife. For those of you who don't know, a hoe into a housewife failed. If you have one.
Trying?
No, where you tried and failed. So like it just didn't work. Straight up, either because of the girl's mentality, because of you, because it was just too evident that so it was going. Do you have a failure story?
No, I don't.
In the pay for play game.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't, and that's the truth. Like because my intentions are not trying to save them,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's what it is. I think a lot of the times, us as men, we really go for looks in the beginning, and that's the truth. But looks just go not so far after a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to have a connection with you. I'm gonna have to know where your mind is at. I'm gonna have to know like what's your intentions or like where you see yourself 5 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Like all those things. Because like I've been around the world, man, and I've had a lot of bad girls, and I'm not even like trying to say not being cocky or whatever, but it's just like I've seen it all, done it all, seen it all. But where I'm at now, my energy is like if you if you just want to just keep selling ass and sure, go ahead. But after a while, that's not like what you're gonna want. Obviously, nobody's gonna want no chick that's selling ass every single time. But at the end of the day, you're gonna want like a good girl. You're gonna want a girl who actually, is business oriented, like does want a future, does want a family, or whatever case may be. A lot of these chicks don't want a fucking family. They're just only thinking about money. Money, 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 money. And that's just the only thing they think about a lot of the times. So it's not every single chick I talk to or I give my energy to, trying to talk to her or get to know her. Nah, it's just what my energy is connected to, it just gravitates to it. And that's just what it is. And that's what happened. So the fact that like I know somebody said something about like the love part. Yeah, I did love the girl because that was probably like one of the best experiences I've ever had with a female in a long time. And I've been single for 5 years because I chose to be single. I chose to work on myself, chose to love myself more and just be a better man when the time comes when the right woman comes around, But
Right.
literally, I would definitely say like she was by far like one of the best experiences I ever had. Like I was very happy, even though she did what she did, it was just the experience. I was there for the experience. The experience was dope because I didn't try to save her. She learned a lot from me. You know, she thanked me. She thanks me till this day, just because who I am. You know, she thanks me for being so positive. And a lot of the times, man, she wasn't mentally where she was. You know, when I was talking to her, a lot of the times she was so negative. A lot of the times she was like, "This is all I'm gonna be really doing. Maybe like a couple years, I could save enough money and stop working, and I'll just use my money, and that's it." A lot of these mental things were going through her head. Yeah, she was working for a couple years, but it was like, you know, I had serious conversations with her. I was like, "Yo, you got to really think about your life. Like, I know you're not trying to do this the whole entire time. I know you want better, but
Yeah,
me
and
being, I feel you.
the, the,
Look. Nobody's not look. Nobody is gonna do what I did, and that's okay.
no,
But
no, no, nobody's gonna do what you did and come out and admit it freely. Except,
I
except,
don't have nothing to hide. I don't have nothing to hide.
except for Jackson Jeter. I think Jackson Jeter's trying to talk to you right now. Jackson Jeter, if you want to talk through the comments or drop the link. But I noticed you said something earlier. So Jackson Jeter, did you have a situation where you were with a pro, took her off the street, had kids with her, or what's going on? Talk to me. Let me see. He said I did the same thing, Winnie. No regrets. Couple kids later. What an experience. So that's definitely a story, Jackson Jeter. If you had a story where
Yeah.
you took a pro and you try to turn into a housewife, please share that. Share that with me. But go ahead, Dre.
I like what the brother just said when he said, just because of who I am. Remember, I said time, money, and energy are our greatest elements of who we are as men. And when he said just because who I am, in other words, the words of encouragement, he didn't lose. A lot of guys aren't willing to admit that the brother in this scenario did not lose any of his elements, any of his three elements. He didn't waste his time. He by pretending that it was something. He didn't waste his money by buying and overspending and leading with his money like a lot of guys would do. And he didn't waste his energy by mentally putting themselves in a situation by saying it could be more than what it is or different than what it is. We're going to get married. So he didn't do all those things. So at the end of the day, he could easily say, it was just because of me and my words of encouragement. Now, if she took it, cool. If she didn't take it, cool. He could walk away. But a lot of guys don't do it like that. They lead with their time, they lead with their money, and they lead with their energy. And wonder why the girl still wants to go back to the track or stay on the track. She doesn't want to change because of who you are was not motivating enough, or what you have or what you're offering her was still not, like you were saying in the story of the $4,000 woman, still was not motivating enough to get her off the track. So what is it that caused the guys need to ask themselves, why we keep making these bad decisions when it comes to these women? Nobody wants to address that. Why do we keep on trying to make these 99.9%? And I know this brother's story is among that 0.111%. I got that. But for the most part, we have to ask ourselves, why are we trying to make these pros into housewives when it's thousands upon thousands of good women that have never sold their body for anything out there in the community? Well, you got to pay for play in every. No, we all know. I'm a husband, and I know that husbands pay in regards to responsibility, just like you guys pay for leisure and pleasure. So we all paying as men in one way or another. I got that part. But you guys will sit back, or many guys, not particular guys, will sit back and make the mistake of trying to rescue a woman that you know in the core of your being is not worth being rescued. Even if she's going to be a good girl for a year or two, and even if you have kids with her, Jackson, does not guarantee that you are going to that you have completely assisted that person in showcasing the best person that they can be in life. Now, if I'm not, and I don't know Jackson's story, so I'm not going to judge his story. I'm just going by, he said that he got his children. The children are great to have. But my point is that even out of Jackson's scenario, most guys don't even get children out the deal. They always end up completely on the L. 100% loss of time, 100% loss of money, and 100% loss of energy due to the fact that they came to the table A, tried to lead with money for the most part. B, only wanted that person out of sexual selfishness. Yeah, I said it. You just want to be sexually selfish. I just want her to lick my toes, kiss my toes only. I only want her to kiss the back of my hand, nobody else's hand. Blah, 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 blah. So you're thinking like, if I can get her to myself, I can have Miss Freaky Tales for the rest of her life, rest of my life, not realizing Miss Freaky Tales might be 23. So you willing to take care of Miss Freaky Tales at 43? You gonna look at it that same way? Oh, you gonna take care of Miss Freaky Tales at 53? You gonna look at her that way? No, you're not. Most of you guys aren't. But for that initial 23, 24, 25, 27 years old that she is, you think that she's immortal and that she's going to be Wonder Woman forever. And you are walking around just doing one thing, being sexually selfish. And that's why 99% of the dudes never get a positive results when you're trying to turn a garden tool into a housewife. Most of you guys only go from the sexual point of view. You only know her from a sexual point of view, and that's what you end up with, and that's why you end up losing. And you don't want to admit it because you got to once again walk in the mirror and spell the word simp. I know you do it under your breath when you go brush your teeth. I know when you go brush your teeth in the morning, you just spell simp. As soon as you brush your teeth, you don't even gargle yet. You just be like, Then you spit out and keep brushing your teeth and you spell simp again before you walk away from your mirror every morning. I got to understand, brothers. I ain't mad at you. Somebody got to do it. Just not me. Just not us on this panel.
And so this is the energy I needed tonight. Travel Barber says, my girlfriend's sister has a PhD in medical and she rather go to Sasua to trade for 3,000 pesos. These girls are crazy. Jorge in the building. Jorge got the link. Make sure you guys are spamming Jorge in the comments to jump on the panel. My Jordan mom says, garden scientist. He is definitely not on his Phil Jackson system. With all due respect, that shit is wild. No way. Why? Just play the triangle offense and win rings. The Jorge system is no relationships, no love. Just give them jobs. Pay them to do what you want. Don't invest. No Felix. Old Country Boy has a question for GQ before I continue reading the rest of these comments. Old Country Boy asks, Winnie, did you send her money with respect?
No, I've never sent her money. And yo, even when I was down, when I got laid off, she gave me money. And she never asked it back.
I'm out of here.
Like I said.
That's what I'm talking about. See what I'm saying? Hey, Chapel Pa, have you ever heard that? A female that was the ex-pro sent the money. Ever,
man,
in the history. Go ahead.
Drake, I was in a relationship with a chick where we were living together, and if I left my debit card at home and she had hers, I would have had to go back home to get my debit card.
See what I'm saying? But like I said, GQ's story is an anomaly. It is the unicorn of all unicorns in regards to a woman actually morphing her life. And so like I said, and even GQ can, and he's already attested to this, 99.99% of the time, none of us probably would have taken the time out to try to encourage somebody to do something other than that. So I have to agree with Jorge 1,000% in regards. The gamble is just so, the loss ratio is so large that I wouldn't have taken a chance. However, since he only used encouragement and support in regards to, hey girl, you can do it, I believe in you, nothing lost. If she wouldn't have took the encouragement, he still wouldn't have been out of, like some guys, 300,000, 400,000. No. For example, like I told a story last night, a brother here in Colombia spent $100,000 in 6 months on pros. 100,000. It wasn't a baller. He wasn't balling like that. He just
spent how much?
$100,000 in 6 months on pros. Gave one chick 4,000 just for one night. That's the mentality of the average dude. But in your case, there was zero monies lost in regards to just words of encouragement. And then for you to sit back and say, no, bro, when times got tight for me, she sent me dollars. Now I'm going to tell you something what's going on in the mind of the comment section. Boom. These dudes can't fathom the thought of you telling me somebody actually turned their lives around. Y'all still remain cool. They came to see you like you came to see them. They fell for you like you fell for them. The only thing that kept y'all from really establishing something serious was distance. When you really saw her, she had a nice car, nice apartment. She didn't take you to a 10 shack like some of these dudes got their girlfriends in DR or barrio like in here in Colombia. And then when times got tight for you, she sent you money. Their brains are scrambling right now. They're shutting down like computers. Not enough data, not enough. They just can't handle it. Bandwidth, not enough bandwidth. They can't handle what this dude is saying. We need to shut this live stream down. This is unfair. It's unfair to have a live stream crew. You know these dudes' mentality ain't prepared for nothing like this. You should have let this dude give these guys the truth in spoonfuls, like medicine. These dudes can't handle that type of truth. They were waiting in the wings for him to sit back and say, "Yeah, it was that one time I wired her $100." They were waiting to hear that from that brother. And then when they heard the opposite, now they can't even handle that truth. I don't see the comment section moving at all now. Oh, the criticism section, my bad. The criticism section, because they quiet as church mouses right now.
Wait, what's the name of Johnny Depp's lawyer, Dre?
Camille.
All right, we got Camille right here with Jorge. Jorge do not want to jump this live. He's being active from the comments. Jorge says, please ask him how much that experience cost him. And when Jorge's talking, I'm not just talking to GQ, but like I said in the title, it says traveling men, not man, because men do it. Bro, that's pay to play. Her job is to give you that experience. That's what Jorge says right now. Let's see what else we got in the comments. Some could come out unscathed, but this play is definitely not something to replicate. That's what I said. It's not a one-size-fits-all. GQ Win is not coming on the airwaves and saying, hey, y'all, I had this situation when I was talking to a pro. I told a pro to stop. The pro stopped. Happily ever after for both sides. Or he says, why pay for a headache? Please tell me the benefit. Yoga in the room was good. Was good. Garden scientist says, Dre, want me to tell you what?
Pause for a second, Chapapa. From reading Jorge's comments, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jorge, did he hear the story from the beginning? Because Jorge is sounding as if this dude the brother came out of money and came out of loss. I don't think Jorge is hearing correct me if I'm wrong, Jorge. He's talking from the side of when he was going to the pay for play. That's a given. That's a given from what Brother GQ had already said in regards to, he said, I went back a few times. It was on business side, but while business side was going on, I just gave her words of encouragement. Now, the brother wasn't saying, Jorge, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't saying that outside of business, he was giving her money and wiring where it's in. You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to make sure that Jorge hears from the perspective of the brother technically agrees with what Jorge is saying. Hey, she has good sex. I had money. I put it together on the professional side. But outside of that, we still had discussions and became cool. You see what I'm saying? So the brother did what Jorge would do. Hey, you got the sex, I got the money. Let's put it together. Bada bing, bada boom.
Jorge was here for that. I think Jorge's point may be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jorge, if you're still here, the gamble aspect, and not just gambling with the all right, she's a pro, but now you're gambling with this.
You're right.
A part of your money, your energy, plane tickets, you're gambling with this in a situation where it's like you're the one lonely warrior up against an army of 1,000. Are you gonna come out on top?
And that's what I did, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I risked it all. I didn't mind, because then I got this feeling and this energy from this chick. Why not try? I ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't losing nothing. The only way I'm gonna get hurt, then it's fine. I move on, and then that's it. I'm still young, I'm still single, whatever the case may be. but I ain't lose. I had a great experience, and that's something I'll always remember from, and that's really it. And I think what it is like the reason why a lot of dudes don't really understand this story and feel like it's impossible is like what you said, Dre. A lot of dudes think about it as a money aspect, and they think about it only from themselves. Period. When at the end of the day, you got to think about Shorty too. What does Shorty want? Like really? I don't think dudes is actually having conversations with these chicks when they fucking like selling themselves. A lot of the times you just only having sex and you just like, yo, this shit is fire. Like, nah,
Mm-hmm.
man, nobody can. I gotta have this. This. I don't want nobody else snatching this. This is only
No,
me.
no, no. There. I would have to disagree, and let's head to the comments. I would have to disagree because from experience, not my like, you know, your type of experience in the Dominican Republic, but Old Country Boy says good thing she wasn't Dominican. Now, from experience,
That's a
we
good point
spoke.
too.
Good, very great point. From what I've seen in DR and watching people's stories, like literally watching a TV show, there are guys, Jackson Jeter, if you can attest to this, because I know Jackson Jeter just ain't shoot the club up his first night meeting her, the mother of his children.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Jeter, correct me if I'm wrong. You spoke to her. You guys shared communication. Where like, hey, I want you to stop. I'll provide this. I'll provide that. I just want to be with you. And that didn't work out. Didn't work out because it goes back to end of the day the mentality of these chicks. Now, Dre, help me out here because I know there's a difference between mongering, like straight up mongering, and just testing out pay for play waters. You end up seeing something
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
like maybe a little bit too much. Is there a difference between that?
Usually the guys that monger go from they put no emotional connection into it. They could be with 25 women from 25 different countries, and they're just having fun, enjoying themselves. Usually it's dudes that try to stick with like that one or two. They'll pay that one or two or three and deal with, even though it's pay for play, they'll deal with those three instead of just going out and just venturing out a lot. Some guys got women that they pay for play every time they come into the country. They don't deal with nobody else. That's who they work with. By bing, by the boom, those two or three people. But others, like every time they come through with the mongers, more mongers are the type of guys that no matter what country they go to, they got to have 10, 12, or 6 or 7. They hold no allegiance, in other words, to a particular woman or a particular location. In other words, when it comes to pay for play. So those are differences that I've noticed. The guys that are just pay for play and they have their the ones that they like or they enjoy that they've been dealing with for 6 months or a year or 2 years. And then you have the Mongo brothers that hold no allegiance to anybody. They just go out and just have their fun.
And that's a topic for its own time because mongering is a mental problem also.
Yeah,
You
you
need
see, like that's not my energy. You know what I'm saying? Like
you need 10, 12.
I
I
know
don't need
dudes
to
like
be doing that. I'm at a point, man. Like yo, I'm good with
Gentlemen,
like
gentlemen, we're gonna have to
1 or 2
discuss that too,
bodies.
gentlemen.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to discuss that too, gentlemen. That's another topic.
yeah.
10, 12, because long run, that's gonna affect you up here as you get older. But
What's
that's
older? What's older? You know these guys don't get older. They think that they Pinocchio. They on Treasure Island, living forever, not realizing that at the end of the day, when Pinocchio left Treasure Island, he was a jackass. They forget about that part. They go on Treasure Island, think it's gonna be cotton candy, and I'm gonna live young forever. They think they're gonna be Peter Pan. What you talking about getting older? These dudes never think about the fact that they're gonna get older. That's another topic for you. Do these guys ever think that their bodies and their minds and their money is going to be limited? They don't think that their mentality is limited. They don't think that their money is limited. They do not think that their time is limited. And they do not think that their health is limited. They think that they could just go forever in a day, ever in a day. And at the end of the day, They end up sad and just as alone as some of those females back in the States with dogs. I'm gonna tell you something. Don't think it's just gonna be black women with dogs. It's gonna be some dudes living on some of these islands that got a dog, and that's all they got: dogs and pay for play. That's it. Well, that's all I want. Okay, let your old body tell you that when the old chick don't want to deal with the young chick don't want to deal with your old tail no more because you can't keep it up like you used to, player.
No matter how much you paying.
No matter how much, and you keep on popping them pills like they Skittles. I got you, brother. You're gonna bust your heart because you're gonna be on them islands gaining extra weight and not take care of yourself. Next thing you know, your heart gonna bust because you keep trying to take them Skittles, trying to keep that thing up. But what my mindset is, my point is that we have to take in consideration that time goes on for all of us, just like the ladies. Just like us, time will catch up with all of us. So we have to begin to start being wise with our time. Like you were saying, smashing 10, 12, it sounds good now, but the mentality and the wear and tear on your body as a man is true. It's not a myth. It's not phony. There's wear and tear on a woman's body, and there is such thing as wear and tear on your body as a man.
Definitely. Jackson Jeter says, nah, I didn't shoot the club up first day. It was a few years later. So I would love to talk to Jackson Jeter, get his story. I dropped the link for you, bro. If you want to hop in, tell your story real quick on your pro situation. Go on the side that says, Drake, I think you have the ability to take Winnie under the wing and show him how to be his genuine self, but in a different playground and setting. So I guess he means out of the pay-for-play playground setting. Winnie, I got a question for you right now. Are you dating any other women in this type of situation right now, or talking to, or have like a roster of plans?
Yeah, obviously, I'm talking to a pay for play girl right now, and from Colombia actually. So,
okay, and how's that going?
Oh God, Freed. The only bad part is just her cousin. That's the only situation.
So now we put on the cousin. Come on, let's go. Let's not do that. Cousin Riri.
I know Drake.
He knows.
Dre perked up when he heard Columbia. So what do you got to say, Dre?
No, I didn't hear Columbia. When I perked up when I heard cousin, because cousin, you know me, I do not like conjunctions. I do not like but, or, because of, therefore, all those conjunctions that we try to use to get out of the first part. Yeah, she's, I'm having issues, but it's because of. No. Cousin ain't got that much power. Cousin doesn't have that much. And if she does, then you got to ask yourself, why am I with somebody with such power? Why am I doing this to myself? Why would I dare allow somebody to be in my life? Only got one time, one chance, one time on this planet. And I'm going to be with somebody that's so weak to allow a cousin to be. And I see all these beautiful, wonderful women walking around Colombia with good careers, good jobs, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to waste my time with a pro. You're gambling. Now I'm with everybody else now because you thought, don't correct me if I'm wrong, because subconsciously you had a success record back here in Hungary. So now, hey, let's take it on the road like Beyonce and take it to Colombia. And I can subconsciously maybe help somebody else out. And now you're looking at how it actually takes place. Like, it's not as easy as it was in Hungary. In Hungary, all I had to do was just give some encouraging words. Now I got the cousin getting on my last nerve. So now you got to ask yourself this, brother. Why am I with somebody if I know that the family has such influence on them that it does not benefit me or her and I in the long run? You have to ask yourself that. Are you in the mirror brushing your teeth? You got to ask yourself that question. Not us. This ain't the answer for the panel. This is the answer for you.
Shout out to Old Country Boy for the super chat. He says, can we tackle the GFE topic? It doesn't exist. How do you want us to tackle that? The GFE topic. GFE topic is the girlfriend experience.
Oh.
Let's see. Jackson G says, age doesn't exist to some of us brothers. Everything has an expiration date.
Absolutely.
He also says, not the prima. Yes, he got problems with the cousin,
bro.
It's always sometime family. The girlfriend experience, painful long-term pros, affection for the supposed girlfriend experience. You see that let's see what else. Says Winnie has a pattern with loving pros. That's not being Phil Jackson. I hope you use protection. Don't be going down on these pros, bro. Going back to old country, always use protection, yeah. My like I said, my old platoon sergeant used to give his weekend his briefs right before he releases for the weekend. He says a one night stand is a one night stand, but syphilis lasts forever. Don't be silly, wrap your willy. And he say this in front of a platoon of men and women with a straight face and send us on our
It
way.
dare you to smile.
Good old Sergeant Newbound. Shout out to my old platoon sergeant. But
Shout out.
This Dre and Winnie, I never understood the girlfriend experience because we can't call it a girlfriend experience if you're paying for it. Can you? I mean, I know in a
I mean,
relationship.
I didn't pay for it though. That's the thing, though.
No. In general,
Oh,
the
yeah,
girlfriend
just in general.
experience in general.
Oh.
So, I know in a relationship you pay for things, you provide, so you support whatever, but pay. What I never really understood about the GFE, traveling for the GFE, paying somebody like, all right, here, take X amount of dollars, you're my girlfriend now, as opposed to just finding a regular girlfriend. Or are you paying for the girlfriend without the girlfriend things? Because some way, somehow, you'll end up with the girlfriend headaches. I don't get it.
That's a good point. You can't have a girlfriend experience without some girlfriend headaches. And since she ain't give you the headaches, is it the girlfriend experience?
Right?
That's a good point. I never heard it like that. Classic.
That was pretty good.
Hey, these are questions we need to ask ourselves before we take the money out of our wallet. Because once we take that money out, it's pretty hard pressed to be like, all right, give me my refund.
You ain't arguing enough, girl. I want my money back. My girlfriend's usually fussy. I want my money back.
because now if you're paid for the girlfriend experience, is that your job to get jealous? To maybe develop feelings? Because being treated like, all right, this is my boyfriend, I'm your girlfriend, this ain't acting anymore. Now at some point you're investing this. You invest a little bit of this, maybe apart from this.
True.
Paying for a pro's affection. What are your thoughts on that?
You want to go, GQ?
Yeah, I'll go. Are you just solely talking about just the infection part, or just everything?
Yeah, the girlfriend experience. You're online. You're about to take a trip to Colombia or Mexico or DR, and you're talking to somebody like, hey, I'm gonna be down there for 3 weeks, a month, whatever. For that month, I'm gonna pay you to be my girlfriend.
Well, I've never done that. I'm being truthfully honest, but to go through that type of experience, I mean, you are gonna pretty much invest a little bit of your mental. You are gonna invest a little bit of your heart as well too, because at the end of the day, you're there for the experience. You're there to have some type of companionship when you're out there. Period. And us as men, when we get these connections with these women, we tend to try to just keep the women to ourselves, to nobody else. Nobody should have what I have here. Nobody should experience what I have here. And that's really the truth. But I can't see myself flying somewhere to pay for a girlfriend experience, to be honest, because, look, I don't speak Spanish. And the truth is, that's the reason why I do pay for play. So I know I'll probably a couple guys in here speak Spanish. They don't have to do the pay for play. See, me now, I don't speak Spanish, so I have to do the pay for play, because just only conversations. I just use my, translator.
Is that something that will change when you become an expat?
Well, yeah, I'm in the process of like still learning. Gonna get a tutor and everything like that because I do want to learn the language, but not solely just being an expat, but just for investing. Like I want to buy real estate or whatever the case may be. So it's solely for me, not just for women, because everything is for me at the end of the day.
Mhm.
I don't care about all these chicks. I'm just making sure I'm good at the end of the day before anything else.
Mhm.
But but to pay for that type of experience, I mean, no matter what, like I have to do pay for play until I'm able to speak the language, and that's the
Right.
truth.
I kept it a buck. Right before Dre gets his comment in, Jorge says, "F a GFE experience, give them a job, so you get the life you earned at all times." I agree. Shout out to Old Country Boy for the super chat again. Keeping a pro por un semana slash mes, eso es loca. He's basically saying keeping a pro for more than a week,
We can't.
well,
Yeah,
for a
I
week up
understand
to
that
a
part.
month is crazy.
Yeah.
So let me put the glasses on. 'Cause I know Dre's about to go off. I see him writing his notes down. So let me put the glasses on. Sip some more medicine.
All right. Pay for play is and not pay for play, but the girlfriend experience is normally girlfriend experience is usually defined as what we don't normally experience from the women back home. As far as wow, she cooked for me. Wow, she came in the shower and she showered me down. Wow, she did this. Wow, she did that. So usually the girlfriend experience is not just the sexual part, and it could be excellent sex that you're having, but usually are paying guys paying for the girlfriend experience due to the fact that this person is doing something outside of what this person would normally experience in their home country. Whether it be she invited somebody over and we had a threesome or whatever it may be, something that wouldn't normally happen. So a lot of guys consider that the girlfriend experience. The whole time I was there, she cooked as well as the intimacy or whatever it may be. But the one thing that I do notice that the girlfriend experience has done, it has ruined a lot of the pay for play. The pay for play used to be where you used to be able to give remember the days of the whole facts? A lot
Yeah.
of you guys don't even remember the whole facts. You see what I'm saying? A lot of guys, you could go out, be with a chick, and say, "Hey guys, hey, listen, when you get down there, there's this chick, blah 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 blah. Here's her information. She's looking for new clients, and everybody was sharing, was caring. Remember that about 5-6 years ago? Then guys start getting hooked into the girlfriend experience, not realizing that. Now remember, I already defined it as something that's outside the norm of pay for play, not realizing that now these guys got emotionally attached. The girl, she's been doing her girlfriend experience from client to client to client. So she already knows not to get emotionally attached. You're not the first person she's cooking for. And once you get on that plane, you won't be the last person. But as for you young dudes that have been traveling over the last 3-4 years, you not only ruin pay for play by way of ruin the girlfriend experience by getting all in y'all feelings, or back to the subject at hand, trying to turn a pay for play girlfriend experience into a lifetime experience. Also you sat up there, you messed the price up, because when you were just paying for pay for play, like Jorge said, give them a job, have a cost, and then let them go about their business. You guys couldn't do that. You got the girlfriend experience and you brought your emotions into it. And once black people bring their emotions into it, then their hard-headedness, because we know we're known for being emotional and hard-headed, our hard-headedness kicked in, and nobody starts sharing females anymore. Notice nobody's sharing, "Hey, I got the hookup." Notice nobody's saying, "Hey, she get fire here, dude. Let's share this with my boy." Introduce, nobody's looking out for the girl as far as like, "Hey, when you go to town, dude, I'm gonna fly to Sasua. I got a hookup for you, bro. You ain't got to worry about nobody else. I got 3 chicks down there," and nobody talks like that anymore, because when you get black men emotional, and when you get us to the level where we're hard-headed, nobody's sharing information ever again because of the pay for play. Now we got emotional black men and hard-headed black men, and now the prices have changed. The girlfriend experience has caused a lot of these dudes to be emotional, hard-headed, and overpriced. Not gringo price. Oh no, y'all ain't even getting gringo. It's beyond that. When you sitting back, for example, like I just told the story of a guy that spent $100,000 in 6 months, that's beyond gringo price. If
I
you're
would
paying
never in my life.
$4,000 for one night for
I would never.
one woman, that's beyond gringo price. That's beyond gringo price. And
I
a
would
lot of
never.
these dudes, by way of being emotional with the girlfriend experience, thinking that it's a real girlfriend experience, ruin the whole pay for play. Everybody who's all you guys that's paying for pay for play this weekend, you know you paying that. You know why you paying those prices? Because of the dude that had the girlfriend experience ruined it. Ruined that girl. She spread the rumor to the next chick. All of a sudden the prices went up because this dude sat back, because this female cooked, clean, and she clipped my toes and did my fingernails for me. And then she came in the shower and she rubbed me down and she let me hit it in the shower. Here you go. Hey girl, instead of giving her the 100,000 pesos she asked for that experience, here you go now 300,000 for all three for 300,000 for each 3 days. That's 900,000 pesos. So here the next brother, just regular pay for play. I don't want the girlfriend experience. I just want her just for a couple hours. She looking at you like, that'll be 300,000 pesos. I just want you for an hour. That'll be 300,000 because you girlfriend experience brothers got emotional to the point where you got hard-headed and you start spending even beyond gringo prices. That's why the girlfriend experience ruined the pay-for-play game.
I'm gonna add one more effect to your list, Dre. Mm-hmm. I think with the deletion of the whole facts going on again, leaving travelers and mongers and expats, I believe for Colombia's situation, that is why dudes get drugged.
I was just about to say the same thing. When dudes stop giving out whole facts to each other, and whole facts was safety. Hey, bruh, this is a good female. She's about her business. You don't have to worry about her drugging you. You ain't got to worry about nobody coming up behind you and her. She's not setting you up. She's not a setup girl. And the next thing you know, you can share this girl information. She making money. And when you come back down, she might give it to you for free because you hooked her up with so many clients. Dudes stop doing that because they got, man, I was just about to say that, because these dudes sat back here in Colombia, got emotional and got hard-headed and stopped sharing safety information when it comes to these pay-for-play girls. And all of a sudden, you come to town, you got to wing it. You don't know who is who is who is who. You know, she pretty, but you don't have the whole facts. So at the end of the day, you thinking that this girl over here is just as safe as this girl, but because your boy didn't tell you about the safety of this one over here, you took this one, and the next thing you know, you wake up 3 days later, your computer, laptop, passports, money, everything missing, and your dignity. Because at the end of the day, we used to look out for each other in this pay-for-play game. We used to tell each other where the best brothels were. We used to tell each other where the best strip clubs were. We used to tell each other which corner or which location to find the safest, yet attractive, and the most freakiest ones were. We don't say nothing because this young generation, these new passport brothers, don't know what they're doing. And so they're running out there and they ruining everything. And now the older brothers that's been in the pay-for-play game has to pay the piper for the stupidity. And I said stupidity for what the young passport brothers are doing. Throwing money up in the air like they just don't care. Like, what are you doing? You ruin it, but you refuse. If I sat back and I was single and I came to DR and I say, brother, who's the one who I need to see? 99% of the guys would never tell me a good pay-for-play girl because most dudes now are emotional, hard-headed, and they overpay.
I be having a whole list, even if like dudes were to pull up somewhere. So I'm like, yo, just hit this girl up.
Right.
You know
they don't do that anymore,
I'm still the same way until this day. So I'm never a greedy person. I'm always want my brothers to eat whenever they're traveling somewhere. So that's just how I always been. I've never been a selfish dude whenever I had chicks or whatever. You feel me? So I'm always letting my brothers eat at the end of the day whenever I'm traveling. So
man, dudes don't let brothers eat. They ain't built like you anymore, GQ. They ain't built like you no more, bro. I'm telling you. And Chopper Park can attest to that. They ain't built like that no more. Dudes ain't sharing. Especially if the girl do them right. She done licked his booty. Oh, no, he ain't telling you.
Yo, this
is my booty. You only licking my booty now.
He's only licking my booty from now on.
It's like
you can walk past
like,
the... Go ahead.
Hold up, free. Hold up, my fault. You know what it is? It's like it's crazy how to say this, right? You remember like how it was brothers getting white girls, and you finally hit your first white girl. You like, damn, that shit was lit. It's literally like when you traveling, when you like, damn, I hit me a fucking European chick. What? A lot of brothers ain't saying they hitting European girls. I'll tell you that right now. I'm born and raised from Brooklyn. I know a lot of dudes from where I'm from have not even touched the surface of what I've touched, bro. Seriously. And it's like when they first get their first taste of like what it is, they go fucking crazy. They like, nah. This right here, this is no. Nobody needs to know how this feels. Nobody needs to know how this experience. Nope. Nobody needs to know how this is. This is mine. That's it. Nobody else needs to know. And that's what it is. That's what is happening now. Dudes is traveling and messing up the game because it's like a lot of these dudes ain't getting pussy out here. I'm just brutally being honest. They're not getting pussy out here. They're not getting no ass in New York. They're not getting ass in the States. So what they do, they travel somewhere and they're like, yeah, I got me this chick over here, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But motherfuckers ain't sharing. They not sharing no ass.
Like Dre would say, you was a bottom feeder in the States, you're gonna be a bottom.
Well, that's what's happening. I kid you not. When I literally went to Colombia, I literally looked online and look, I look at like brothers where I know, like I'm a fly dude. I know how to dress, whatever. I got swag. Like I just have that flavor. I'm looking on the line, and it's dudes that like I'm like, what the fuck? Like I know these dudes are just paying, and I know they just don't want nobody to like get a taste of what they got. So it's like, now I know why a lot of dudes is traveling and messing up the game, and these prices are crazy. Because I know none of y'all are getting no ass back home, so you go into these places, and now y'all messing up these prices, and y'all willing to pay whatever these girls are saying. And for what?
Man, it's a TV show because these travelers these days literally run the worst auction I've ever seen. It's like I walk into an auction house. And they're like, hey, I'll give you these glasses for $5. And the traveler says, $5? I'm offended by that. I'll give you $200.
That's exactly how these dudes do.
Me as the
exactly how they do it.
Okay. You guys
well, I've been in DR and I ain't pay for ass. And I got ass for free. So what the fuck?
And you have travelers paying. So you have the travelers that'll try to wife it, thinking that it'll cost cheaper, and you have the travelers that'll make the prices more higher for those who want it cheaper. Man, it's just a shit show, and that's why I'm out of the game. Clyde said,
I ain't in it no more, man. I'm done. I've been out of it. It's kind of funny because I teetered into it. But I'm kind of like GQ. I had more. With me, I teetered into it. I was more of a brothel dude than clock tower dude. So I like the brothel type of thing. But when I was out, I was like, I'm out because I started meeting regular, professional, really good women in my travels in different locations of the world. And so I was like, oh man, cool, because I attracted, being in Florida all those years. Being in Chicago, raised in Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland area, I was always like, my first girlfriend was white anyway, blonde, blue-eyed. Then my second was from Japan, and then one of the last people I dated was a North American Indian. But before her was I was with somebody from Ukraine for a couple of years. So it just was. And she was a virgin too. She was fine.
Yo, Drake opened up the phone book on y'all tonight.
Telling you, son, like
so now you hand me a passport. All this ain't brand new to me. But go back to what GQ was saying to those dudes, and back to what you were saying. When dudes was messing with bottom feeders in the States, that's all they used to was bottom feeders in other countries. So they don't know how to get out of pay for play for real. or to find decent women to even just hang out with and date, and that would even introduce them to other decent women. They don't know how to do that. Or back to what GQ was saying, in a sense, they have never had somebody from another culture or continent or country or language. They ain't never dealt with nobody that spoke another language. Ever. Ever. And
Managing
dudes
the
be thinking I
worst.
talk like this just because I'm here in Colombia. No, dude. I was on top of Colombia, and all my friends in the States are Colombians. All of them. That's how I found out about this country. I ain't just started smashing Colombians here. I was smashing Colombians in the States.
Yeah, you had a Colombian friend. Dudes is like, yo, come to my
Dude,
country. You have
when you
no
live in
idea.
Florida, you got every culture coming down there. Every culture lands either in Texas, California, New York, or Florida at one point in time or another. So I didn't have to be thirsty once I left, once I crossed the border of the United States. I didn't have that thirst that other dudes have.
Exactly. I'm sorry to cut you off, Dre.
Go ahead,
Like,
brother.
I left Brooklyn when I was like 13, 14 years old, and I moved to Long Island. I live in Long Island. I went to Valley Stream. And when I went to high school, it was very, very diverse. I'm talking about every race and every culture you can think of. And the fact that like I said earlier before, if like nobody knew, like I'm a really like I love dancing, and like I dance like I did professionally, like even like Chris Brown shit, like all that stuff. Like I really dance, and like it put me in a space where when I danced, it was easy for me to get girls. I'm talking about every race you could think of. And then at one point too, I was promoted in New York City with like one of my boys. So I started being in like all the big clubs, like Lavo, like I'm talking about Oak, One Oak, like all the clubs that celebrities go to, I was promoting in.
Yeah, it's a
So
good
all
time.
these girls from all these different parts of country, like I've had the experience. I've met all these beautiful girls that like dudes don't see all the time or even talk to. So a dude from Brooklyn, knowing that like what you're around from is just solely just African Americans and maybe Spanish people, and then now you take that person out and put them in a different area, and now they experience every single culture and gotten a taste of everything. Bro, you don't need to fucking go crazy into Europe and fuck up the game because you already know you already had the taste out here. So why go out there and mess up the game when you already know you already had the taste?
If anything, it should be enhancing your experience. I want to address.
Exactly.
I want to address Clyde real quick. I see Clyde. He said all these rules and guidelines for dealing with pros sounds easier just to get a girlfriend abroad. Don't let that fool you. Don't don't let that fool you. That's why.
It's not easy.
That's
It's
why.
not
That's why
easy.
Jorge comes with the Phil Jackson approach. You
It's
gotta
not
coach.
easy. That
Don't
part
don't
is
let
definitely
this
not easy.
conversation scare you to be like, man, I'm gonna drop out the game, get a girlfriend. Nah, bro, that's not what we say because
That's true
sometimes
too.
even
That's right.
girlfriends in these countries could be a worse experience than dealing with the pros.
I got a
Now
partner
you
down
just
here like that too.
now you got pro stress with a title. That's about it.
Preach. Now you got the
Ain't no
real
different.
girlfriend experience.
Uh-huh.
That's a fact. Yeah, exactly.
You wanted it, you got it.
Uh-huh. Man, and to get back on topic, I know whoever watches this video after or you watch it right now, we all know somebody who's gone out to Colombia, to DR for the first time. You brought them to where everybody needs to go to get their feet wet. If they don't have the mentality to be like, you know what, I'm gonna kick it with the locals. I'm gonna get me something regular. Everybody went to the pond once in a while, walk across the pond with their rain boots, stayed in, got out, whatever. But when you try to bathe in pond water, when you try to cook with the pond water, come on now, what are we doing? What
Yeah.
are we doing? And then after drinking the water, you get sick. You got all this bacteria in you. The water changes your life. You're like, why? You guys are traveling to drink pond water when DR has its own. Well, I ain't gonna speak. I ain't gonna say for DR. Colombia has its own national spring
Boy, you hate
water
DR
bottle.
so much, man. It's
Brazil,
sad.
He
bro,
does,
bro,
doesn't he?
yo, I
Doesn't
didn't
he?
touch
I
DR
didn't
tonight.
say anything.
I didn't touch DR
You got
tonight.
a you
Old
got a
country
bitter taste
boy.
Yo,
with DR.
DR really ruined his life, man.
Yo, hold on,
Ooh,
hold on, hold on. My subscribers touched it for me tonight. I didn't have to say nothing.
nah,
I didn't
child.
say
We just
shit.
we watched you on several videos, bro.
I
You and
stopped.
DR arch
I stopped.
enemies.
I'm in Brazil. Hey,
Y'all
I'm the
like
shield.
Thor and Loki. Y'all family
Wait.
became.
Literally,
You
Funny you
like
literally.
said
Thor
that,
and
Jay.
Loki.
Who said that line? I am the shield for the realm of men. I am the shield. I am protecting men from the dream, from the illusion that's been put out on the internet. Like, hey, this tiny little island got all this shit, sunshine and rainbows and dancing flowers, and the bunnies are happy and bringing you cake. It ain't like that.
Yo, man, dudes is just thinking what they dick at the end of the day, man. Dudes ain't thinking straight. That's just the truth.
That's
They
it.
go to these countries thinking they saving these chicks, and they not getting what they getting back home. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
So now everything is inflated. Now you're dealing with like women that's out there that just only care about money. They don't care about you at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the
Have
truth.
you guys have you guys even heard of a guy that's actually wifed a ex pay for play?
All the time
You've heard
in the Dominican Republic.
in
And
the
it works. It's a well working marriage or it's a bad working marriage. I'm talking about a
Nah.
good marriage.
Nah.
Or at least a regular marriage, like a regular everyday marriage. Or a dude that loves
Nah,
it.
nah, I never. As far as I know, nah. Because, like I said, I I literally like just recently went to DR, so like I still don't know the language, so I haven't been able to speak to anybody that has done what I've done before. Because a lot of guys don't want to try to even attempt to even try to talk to a paper play girl and see what happens.
But
Right.
you see,
I was only successful only probably because she's European.
you
Dominican
see,
women
you
are
see,
totally
you
different.
see the thing for DR specifically, and I'm glad it's applied to other countries. DR is the only place where I've been to so far where a regular working woman, a doctor, told me that Dominican women are terrible.
Mm.
It's not worth being with them. Basically, the horse's mouth, coming from the horse's mouth, is telling me about other horses, and that's what stands out to me the most. It's not a pro saying it, because the pros will tell you, the secretary in the gym will tell you. If Jorge is still here, I wish he was here. He could attest to this. But any walks of life from the women I've come across my time in the Dominican Republic will tell you, hey, listen, don't take you as a foreigner, don't take Dominican women seriously. And at some point, you're gonna have to like. It's not even read between the lines. It's not even fine print. It's blaring red and white neon letters like slow down, caution, U-turn, don't do it for the Dominican Republic. And you're laughing. When I'm going back to the Dominican Republic in June, I'm going back in a few weeks. And I'm gonna try to set up a very, very special interview with you for a good friend of mine, um, named Nikki. Nikki is a psychologist in the Dominican Republic. She lives in
Mhm.
Santiago. She doesn't live too far from me. And I'm gonna have her sit down and talk to you guys, and really from the mouth of a woman born and raised there, that shit isn't sweet as the internet would make you guys out to believe. Thank you, Garden. Yeah, I've been looking at it.
You got some
Um,
fuzz. You got some fuzz.
yeah, some fun, man. I'm all messed up tonight. But shout out to Teddy KGB for the super chat. He says pro accountants, doctors mentality is quite similar. Don't get it twisted. Exactly. That's the point I was trying to get. It doesn't matter their job title, doesn't matter where they're from. Maybe with what Dre says about the family's decent. There's a slim chance you toss that half court shot, it would go in, but don't get it twisted with job titles. Job titles do not mean that they are good people. Let
True.
me handle this real quick.
True. That's absolutely correct. I wouldn't even I wouldn't even fall for the job titles because there are women. I mean, back home, and let's be real, women back home in the States that got great jobs and great job titles that will put you through a living hell in a relationship. So job
Yo,
title doesn't mean anything.
yeah, man. Yo, especially now. Oh my goodness. It's like you don't even want to even try to talk to these females, man. Because like, yo, at the end of the day, it's really like they looking for your pockets. What they benefiting from you. That's it, and that's the truth.
But
It's
yet they
sad.
want to.
Tell you
Yet,
for
yet,
DR
yet
specifically,
dudes want
it'll
to
be
Go ahead.
it'll for DR specifically, it'll be the Dominican man and Dominican women tell you, like Jackson Jr. just said right in the comments. All Dominican women in New York always say the women from their country is no bueno. Why? It's not Chapapa coming on and saying no bueno. It's straight from the source. And I'm just sharing, like, hey, y'all, this is what the source is saying. And you guys are ignoring that. You guys are looking at all the green screen videos. I call them the green screen videos because I could put up a green screen behind me and you think I'm in the White House.
It's true. It's true. Like I said, man, yo, brothers is just looking for looks. It's just looks, man. Once they get a taste of the experience, that's it.
Uh, it's more than looks. Looks like, man. There's just so much situations that go on between marrying the pros to going and taking them out from their line of work, and there's just, for me personally, to like want to close out the topic. For me, like I said, it's not a one size fits all.
Right.
Me personally, my mental can't handle the stress. Not like the stress, like, oh, is she working? What's she doing? Let me call her. Let me text her. None of that. My mental is more inwards. Like, can this person really stops? What are they thinking right now? What would trigger somebody to be like, hey, you know what? Yeah, I'll accept your thing. Let me get to know you. I'll stop working as soon as you help me out with this and that. After she had about 30 bodies Super Bowl weekend, and a lot of y'all be messing up Super Bowl weekend down in the suit. Oh yeah, I've heard the stories. $500 for 2 days. Man, I haven't spoken to that guy since that conversation. Shout out to you though. Shout out to you for being so honest and sharing that with me. But that really hurt my heart to know that you come on this channel. So that you've gone on Russ's channel. You've watched Dre. You've listened to Jorge. And you still get on a flight to Santiago and you pay $500 for 2 days. There aren't people that work in banks that even make $500 a month.
Nope.
Yeah, that's wild, crazy, yo.
But then that's the other end of what you have to worry about. Also, Chop, when you start dealing with somebody seriously that's of the pay for play realm, you also have to consider her clients too. And some of these dudes, like, I paid you $500, and when I come to town, I need you to be Bubba. Some of these dudes, you have to worry if some of her clients ain't crazy. Why you trying to be serious with her? You see what I'm saying? Just like a baby daddy, just like an ex-boyfriend. Some of these females give it so good to you. Don't think that she only one that sucked your toes. She's sucking other toes too. And now you got to worry about one of her clients doing some stupid stuff and acting all crazy too. So now a lot of dudes don't take that side into consideration. We don't talk about. When you decide that you want to try to rescue or try to be with or date a pay for play, you don't even know how crazy her client base is. Because one of her dudes or two of her dudes thinking that, hey, I might be able to be the rescuer. When you where you're thinking you've already rescued, and all of a sudden some dude walking up to you with a machete in the name of she belonged to me, and you don't know who this dude is. It's just too much of a gamble. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. The physical danger of it. Whereas like
I
you
mean,
do have those clients
These young
that
dudes out
maybe
here that get emotional and hard-headed, and she go home to you with his money, and he thinking he had a chance. Oh no, 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 no. Y'all can have it.
Yeah,
No,
it ain't worth that. Just some ass ain't worth the paying price.
no, it's not. It's
And
not.
it ain't just the drugs that's killing brothers, killing travelers. It's y'all too. Y'all killing each other. I remember the days where you used to travel abroad and you see somebody that's from the States and then you just chop it up with them, you build like some type of camaraderie for that trip. That don't even happen anymore. It's like there's competition amongst each other
That's crazy.
for hoes.
That's
It's always
crazy.
it's always a competition. Unfortunately, we're us as a culture concerned, man, and it's sad. And I don't know why. For what reason? Why? I don't know why we just can't just be all one and united. It's just
Oh, that ain't gonna happen.
it's just always a competition for what?
No.
Like we all here for the same experience. Like why are you trying to show out? And it's sad. It's sad to say that unfortunately, who knows when everything will be all right. But
Oh no, no, that's an easy one to get
Right.
past. That's an easy one. You know how I always say you got two black communities. You got black men and you got nigga. And you ain't gonna always tear up something. They tore up something in the high school during the prom. They tore up something when we was in the club trying to dance with the chick. Here they come with the fighting. They tear up everything in our economy. But black people that are of stability and of focus and that are the good everyday people in our community, whether it be travelers or even back home, those are the people that got to always contend with or always got to clean up and sweep up and mop up the mess that the niggas always seem to want to present to our communities. Those are the ones that we always trying to kumbaya and bring into the fold, but they never want to come into the fold. And as for me, I'm done trying to bring the black fold together. There's no such thing. There's going to always be two black communities. It was a two black communities during time of slavery. That's why Harriet Tubman said I would have brought more if they would have known that they were slaves. In other words, they don't know that they slaves to the
yeah, you're right.
situation and circumstance.
Yeah.
They always want to be. And as
Hmm.
long as they want to be, I'm gonna let them be. And all the black people that trying to do something with their lives and be examples, positive examples, whether it be in pay for play world or whether it be the passport brothers and sisters or whether it be back home. I support everything we try to do. But as for them, I know they're gonna be who they are, and I'm not trying to save them, and I ain't trying to save no pay for play.
Right. Shout
I
out
have
to
come to peace with that.
Garden Scientist. He says, Dwayne, thanks for being vulnerable on here. We just
Oh,
all here to help each other grow and stay sharp. And that's why I knew like when I approached him with the topic, because like I said, I've known the brother for over 10 years. Keeps it a buck. No matter how cringe it may be for some of y'all. Like
Yeah.
we had
I
Jackson Jeter's mom, a mom watching tonight, y'all. Like come on.
I,
It's
I
all
keep
it's
it a
all
buck, man. I've always been like this. I have no shame in my game. I don't care. At the end of the day, it's all about my experience and my life. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. So
and,
I
and
don't care.
to piggyback off what Dre and Let's Learn Spanish TV said, there's two communities. Like there's Dre said, and then there's I want to come out and say there's different YouTube communities also because it's
mm-hmm.
pretty hard.
Mhm.
You'd have to be some type of special stupid to have a community alive like Dre and Russell did last night, where Russell got on and spoke about what he would do different, where Dre gets on weekly by himself or with his wife, literally just leaving the gems, the rule book, the listen, this is how you do this is how you do that, how to move. You have me who comes
Mm-hmm.
on here and tells you like, listen, there ain't no sunshine rainbow, or this is better than that, or whatever, and you're still messing up. At this point, there's no excuse. Now you're gonna have to pick what side of the coin you are. Or you're on the side of the community where you're gonna do things right. You move abroad, you move overseas. You're not gonna be going for the low hanging fruit. You're not gonna be the bottom feeder. You're not gonna be messing up 100K in 6 months. Or you're gonna be like, all right, I wrote this from Love Crossing Borders. I got that from Tailor Made Dreams. I got this. I got A, B, C in countries. What works out best for me based on these brothers' guidelines and rules? So it's hard to say there's no excuse. But like I said, I'm only going back to DR earlier because I wanted to stay out. I was gonna stay the whole month of June outside of DR, but I gotta finish packing up my stuff. Selling. Shout out to my subscribers who hit me up to buy items for my home. This move would not be possible without you guys. So definitely a big shout out to Truth and all you other guys who are buying my items for my home. And definitely gonna try to hit some more. I'm going for the home runs. You know, I always say go for the base hits, but me knowing that I'm leaving DR, I'm gonna go for some home run interviews, some home run videos, and just keep it positive, show the light and show the dark. Because end of the day, this is just information that's on the internet. We're all being vulnerable in our own way by sharing experiences, by comparing notes. Because that's what we do for men and for women. Because I know there's ladies on the channel. So we're gonna bring back Dre. We're gonna bring back the Whole Facts program, but not called the Whole Facts. We're gonna exchange information with each other. If the information goes in through one ear and stays here, it's for you. If it goes into one ear out the other, it's all right. Like the videos and keep it moving.
Yeah, basically. Basically.
Exactly what I was saying, Jackson. A great live show the other night. Listen, you guys tell me where else you're gonna go on YouTube where you have an American black man and a Colombian woman born and raised giving you giving you the guide. Bro, what other woman is gonna come out and tell you, listen, y'all, this is what you need to watch out for in women to see if she really fucks with you? Or listen, y'all, this is why you need to prepare yourself if you're gonna come down to Colombia, this and that. Yo, shout out to Andrea, one of the realest women on YouTube to do it, because you guys don't know how good you got it, right? Because we're gonna be honest, the sole reason why some of us become expats is because, all right, you hear the treatment, the style of women in other countries is better to what you're getting in the Matrix.
Right.
Am I right, GQ?
Yeah. I mean, my birthday was lit, man. Can't complain, man. I was like, damn, this
Right.
shit was lit. And I didn't even get to say, even though like I had a chick with me for 5 days, she even bought me a wallet,
Oh,
toiletry,
oh,
bag.
hold
So
on.
even a pay-for-play girl bought me something for my birthday and a cake and balloons.
Hold on. I
That's
can
the,
attest to this
that
YouTube.
sounds
I
like a
I was
totally
movie
there.
right there.
forgot to
I was
say
there.
that.
Drake, when I tell you my mind was blown, where because aside from my other boy, I was the only one there that spoke Spanish. So we could have like a conversation for everybody, and GQ wouldn't know what was going on. So she'll talk to me like, hey, listen, tomorrow I'm gonna go get the cake. I'm gonna go to the mall. I'm gonna go get the gifts. When I leave, just come up with some random excuse. She didn't pass the offer and played around like, hey, everybody put up for this, for that. She
She
went out
paid
with her
for
own
herself.
money, bought a wallet with his name engraved in it, bought a cake, tres leches, and did all that by herself. Nobody told her to do it. And that was the only time. That's why that's why I know he's hooked now in Colombia. First time you go somewhere, you meet somebody and you get that type of treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Is
being yourself. Just
Mm-hmm.
being yourself and stop trying to save these women. Be yourself.
he
That's
wasn't out
it.
there flashy, no gold chains, no red bottoms on, just flip flop short and just straight vibing. And when she went out there everything by herself, even I was like, let's learn Spanish. CB says she wants your baby, bro. Be careful.
Now she's having my baby, and it means so much to
Oh
me.
man, but
Yeah, man.
great experience though.
Yeah,
The love was real. The love was real.
yeah, but my point, yeah, sorry
That's
to go on
what's
that
up,
rant.
man.
It's hard to mess up on YouTube if you're watching the right channels, because listen, the day and age is rapidly increasing where everybody could work remote, or now we're in 2022. People who started working in the year 2000 are retiring this year. You know, and your first thing is like you want to move out the country because I can tell you now, ain't no food shortages going on in Brazil.
No,
What about you, Dre? No food shortages going on in
no,
Colombia. Ain't no supermarket shootings. Ain't no subway shootings.
I
none
Ain't
of
know,
none
that.
of
yo,
that.
yo, that's so crazy that you talked about that, man. It's like, it's getting crazy out here in New York, and it's like, and all I kept saying was like, yo, I just want to just go on an island and just say, fuck this shit, man. Like seriously.
See, the problem with New York is as the weather gets hot.
And it's going and yo, if you ever been to New York, when I mean people are really outside and like the fact that like even with the whole COVID situation, people not working, people getting robbed, dumb shit is happening. And like I live in Long Island. There is racism out here. I'm in like the closer part to like where the boroughs are. So it's
Mm-hmm.
very diverse over here where I'm from, where I'm at right now. But the more you go out east, they all out there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's getting worse. It's just getting worse. And it's like I don't even feel comfortable even being here. Seriously. It's that bad. It's that bad, yo.
When last time you been back to the States, Chop?
I was there the end of February to see the young wolf. I'll actually be going back the end of June. So as soon as I finish up in DR for June, gonna head to New York for a little and then shoot right back to hit that one-way ticket back to Brazil and then just chill in Brazil until it's time to go back. I know after June, the next time I will be in DR is for the Bad Bunny concert because I got the tickets for the Bad Bunny concert
All
in
right, all
October.
right.
Yeah, so that's I try to get them for Medellin and Bogota, but they sold out like that. But I'm still gonna work on the last minute
Oh
That
miracle.
yeah.
would be scary if it was in Colombia.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
work on a
probably
miracle.
would not even come back home, to be honest. That's the
I'm
truth.
Yeah,
I'm,
they sold them out. That's what we're saying. They sold out so fast. The Carol G tickets sold out for her two concerts as well. Carol G just did a free concert in Parque Years.
Yep, I saw.
But I ain't coming go. I'm going back in August for the festival.
Oh, you gonna be
Uh,
down there for the Flower Festival?
Oh yeah, and I heard it's lit. So
Oh yeah, man. We got to link up, man. Andre and I'll be there for the Flower Festival.
I bet
oh,
sounds good.
you
Sounds
gonna be
good.
down there too, Dre?
Yeah, we're gonna be there for the Flower Festival. Then we're flying back to Cali for the Afro Colombian Festival on the
That's
last week of August.
that's in August
Definitely.
also. Wow.
That's so it's about to be a movie. My boy, that's actually from Bogota. He was the one who told me like, "Yo, this is where you think you saw a woman?"
Yeah, it's because they
He's
come from
like,
everywhere. They
"You
come
think
from
you saw a
everywhere.
woman?"
Flower Festival. That's
You
true.
And I
Yeah.
went out there. I went out there during my birthday. So my birthday is around Easter. My birthday, I'm
Uh-huh.
Aries. So I went when everything was dead. A lot of chicks weren't
Oh, it
really
was empty.
around. The city was dead.
Everybody's in the fincas with their families in the
Yeah.
farm areas.
So I didn't know. So a lot of shit wasn't really popping. So when he was like, "Yo, you want to see? Come in August," and they party the whole entire month, and I'm like, "I bet
Yeah,
I'm in there."
yeah, you're
So
right.
August, I am outside in Colombia, back in Medellin again, and I'm out there for like a week. So it's about to
Certain
be
days don't. I tell dudes don't come to Colombia. Mother's Day, Easter.
Christmas
Usually,
too.
what'd you say?
Christmas.
Christmas, because they're usually with family. It's just you just not going to get that experience, that true experience, like your boy is talking during holidays. Because usually most Colombians are from the farm areas. Even if they live in the big cities, their families still live in the farm areas. So everybody leaving the cities. So that's why the big cities are usually empty, except for maybe Cartagena or Barranquilla, because they're on the coast. But most people that live in Medellin and most people that live in Cali and Bogota, usually a huge amount are gone. Like if they get off, usually they get off work on Wednesday and they're gone, and then they're back until Monday or Sunday night. And so that's why a lot of times I love it, because the traffic is easy to drive through
Yeah, and then
during the holidays.
even my boy was like, "Yo, even the drug dealers take that shit
Yeah,
serious."
Everybody, the pay for play
he's like,
girls,
He
everybody.
was like, "Yo, even on Easter, these drug
Yeah.
dealers ain't selling." I'm like,
Yeah,
"For real?"
because they with family. Even a lot of the pay for play girls during the holidays, because the moms or the
Gone.
grandmas don't
Yeah,
know. You better
gone.
not. not show up at the family event on
Mm-hmm.
the outskirts of the city because they're like,
Mm-hmm.
where is she? Well, she's actually a pay-for-play girl. What? I can't believe it. Not our granddaughter. So she got to show up to the family event because Colombians, and plus Colombia has the most holidays than any country in the world. They have 19 holidays a year.
Ooh,
So
that's
y'all didn't know
tempting.
that?
Nah,
Yeah.
that's tempting.
I never knew that. That's
The
crazy.
United States only has 6 to 9 holidays a year. Colombia has between 16 to
Ooh.
19. Andre always telling me, guess what today is? Guess what Monday is? Especially the further down the year, the more holidays they get. They get like 2, 3 a month. The further the month goes down, that means that they're off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They get it in. And if the holiday falls on a weekend, they get that Monday off. That following Monday, they get off.
Sheesh. 19. Nah, that's tempting. That would definitely be
19 holidays, man. Yeah, most of in
Ridiculous.
any country in the world.
That's crazy.
sheesh. I'm like up to that point where I'm like, all right, I'm probably just gonna do 6 months Brazil, 6 months Colombia, because I
I know a
gotta
few
get
dudes
my
that do it like that.
Colombia fixed.
I had a feeling that he was gonna solely move to Brazil the way he was talking.
No, I'm planting my flag in Brazil, but depending how it goes with
Like I
the
said, it's
with
only
the
because he only had a bad experience with a
with the
chick
res-
out in Colombia. That's the only reason why
with
he's
the
saying that, and that's the truth. I'm telling you right now, that is the reason why. He don't want to say shit right now.
wait, what?
I'm
Why I'm
telling you
going
the truth.
to why I'm
That
going
is
to
the reason
Brazil?
why.
Wait, why I'm going to Brazil?
No,
Because you're
why you
distinguished.
solely say Brazil is it? Like I had a feeling like
No, no,
once
no,
my
no, no, no.
birthday passed, bro, I already
No,
knew like
so
yo,
look,
Trey gonna only move to
look, look,
Brazil
look,
and that's it.
look. No, but I forgot who else. Somebody else said this. I think it was on my last live. Colombia is great, amazing. At a point, I was talking to you in Medellin. I was like, listen,
Mhm.
after Brazil, I'm going to Barranquilla and I'm going to spend a month in Barranquilla. It is now May 18th, and I don't even have my Barranquilla ticket or Airbnb because there's something about Brazil that's just keeping me here. It's unexplainable. No, it's not women, it's not the currency, it's just really something in the atmosphere with the people. Like you go down to the beach, there's people walking out every day, smiling, saying hi, willing to help you if they know you're not from around you, from the Uber drivers to it's just something in the vibe in the air of Brazil. It's unexplainable. You literally just have to come down here. And I miss Colombia. I still want to go. That's why I said I'll split it because I love Colombia. But it's just something about Brazil that's just you can't put into words like why I'm still here. So
Yeah, I
it's
know
just
guys that do
something.
it just like that. And why not? Why not have the we're travelers, we're passport bros. So why not take advantage of the fact that we don't have to be like in the States? If you don't live in Chicago, then you must live in Detroit or you must live in New York or you must. Why not, since we're in position to be able to economically relocate to different countries? Why not take advantage of that? I mean, I know if I was single, I would. I know Andre and I do that quite often. That's why we go to places for 4 months because we're in a position now economically and we have enough confidence in our passports and our ability to travel to different locations and to be able to blend in with communities, such as our brother is saying. Why not take advantage of that? For example, Let's Learn TV. He's always like, I love Colombia. That's my foundation. But he also travels to other locations around the world. That's the beauty of what we're doing as passport brothers is going to these different communities, not just
Mhm.
countries. I love the fact that he used the term community and the people and the close knitness and learning things about the country that he never expected. That's the part that I love that us as Black men are experiencing. We're experiencing the unexpected in positive ways, sometimes in negative ways, but for the most part in positive ways. So I would say go for it. Go for the two countries. I say that about the United States. I tell people, make the United States your second home. In other words, the place where you make your money and then get the hell out, even if it's for 3 months out of the year, or for 4 months or 2 months out of the year.
Yeah,
But those 8 months while you're in the States, make it your second home. Don't go clubbing. Don't go partying. No, I ain't about to bag your Jordans. I don't want your LeBrons. I don't want to look American. I just want to take my little time. This 8 months that I'm here, this 5 months that I'm here, I ain't buying no new baseball caps, none of that. I ain't going to no sporting events. I might play my fantasy football, but other than that, you use the United States as your second home, your money-making base, and all your fun time, the fun you will truly be able to enjoy itself when you go to your Brazil for 4 months or 2 months, your Colombia, your DR, your Thailand, your Hungary, wherever you're going to be going, because that's going to be your true home. Just let the United States be your second home where you make your money. Do not treat the United States like it's your first home ever again. And I promise you, you enjoy your passport a lot more.
Yeah, I don't even go like that no more. Every time I like travel, that's when I'm really like enjoying more of myself. Like when I'm home, I just work, come home. Work, come home. I'll go out maybe just to get some drinks or go to a lounge, but I ain't out like that.
Hey,
But
I'm like,
when
let's
I'm in
learn.
another
Yeah,
country, just know I'm outside for sure. But
I'm like, let's learn
that's what I'm
Spanish. I'm
saying.
crashing couches when I go to the States. I ain't
Yeah,
spending
man.
no money. I ain't letting them get no money from me. I'm crashing couches. He 100% correct. I'm not about to rent an apartment while I'm in the States. You crazy.
Got an
I'm
Airbnb
gonna be
there.
here for a couple months, or at least a couple. For me, only a couple weeks. Nah, I'm crashing couches. I ain't about to even blow it on no Airbnbs. I ain't smashing nothing anyway. So
Shout
since
out to
I ain't going to
Soul,
the
by the
States
way.
to smash nothing, I'm crashing on one of my boys' couch. You absolutely correct. I'm gonna go be there 5 days anyway. 5 days on the couch, I can take that. And then I'm back out enjoying my real life outside of the United States. And some of you guys have yet to realize that you can actually have the United States, be in the United States, but have your real life outside the United States, even if it's only for 2 months or 3 months or 4 months outside the States. Instead of treating the States like it's your real home, just treat it like it's your place of business. Treat the United States like it's nothing but a job. Work, grind. You ain't about to spend no money. You pay your taxes, do what you need to do, and then live your real life where you got a real apartment and your real furniture and your real girl or the people that you deal with in the real community where you live. Like Chopper Pie is saying, you're meeting all these new people that you really enjoy outside the United States. And while they shooting up Walmarts in the United States, you ain't got to deal with that mess because you treated the United States like it's your second home and not your first home.
Shoot. Third for me.
Yeah, right.
Third for me, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm working on that, man. I really want to get out this fucking place though, for sure. I'm
Yeah,
definitely
I
working
can't
on it
do it,
though.
man. You my hero. Ugh, my nerves would be so bad. I couldn't take 7 days, man. I left in 3. I was itching and everything, man. I can't do this. Passport life is like crack.
I'm telling you, if it wasn't for me not being able to travel with the young wolf, man, I wouldn't be in the States.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go to the States for nothing.
I feel you on that one.
Would not go to the States for nothing. But listen, all you guys watching this or watching after, it is possible. It is possible to be a part of this community, not just the YouTube community, but just the community of like where, like Dre said, sleep on the couch, don't go out, save up, eat the ramen noodles at night, 20 cents. No, ramen noodles probably went up now, right? Like probably like $4 a pack. Don't eat ramen noodles. Drink water and crackers. Buy
Like a day in
MREs
college.
off Amazon and save up. Go to another country for 4 or 5 months out of the year. You'll enjoy that. The other day I had a subscriber hit me up. He asked me if $8,000 would be enough to live in DR for a year. I told him nah. I don't think so. Depending on your lifestyle, especially with rent jumping up, $8,000 would not be enough to spend a year in the Dominican Republic. Would that be the same for? Would you say that's the same in Colombia, Dre?
I would say you have to at least push it to 11 a year here in Colombia. I don't even lie. I would say you would have to push it
11,000 to
to.
be all right for a year.
I was see. I'm in Cali. You're in Medellin. Medellin is 40% more expensive than Cali for the exact same things.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah, man. Y'all pay out the butt for the exact same thing. We be laughing at y'all down here in Cali. But hey, we don't invite y'all to Cali. Don't hey fellas in the chat, ladies, this is not an invitation. Do not come to Cali. I ain't gonna meet you at no airport. We do not want none of you.
I'm trying to see
cats.
some Colombian sisters.
Don't
I
come
heard they
here.
out there.
Don't know. Pretend I ain't said nothing. No, do not come here to Cali for nothing. Y'all done tore up Medellin, Cartagena, and Bogota, and y'all trying to destroy Barranquilla. Do not, I repeat, Andre Spence has said, do not come to Cali, Colombia.
Time out. You said they're trying to destroy. You said they're trying to destroy Barranquilla.
Man, they try, dude. Every time they try to get down, I put it like this: so many dudes go down to the festival. Now they stay because they think Barranquilla is like that year round. So now it's a lot bit more guys staying, or they've had such bad experiences in Cartagena, they still want to have that beach life, and they know Barranquilla is only 2 hours down the road. So now they skip over to Barranquilla because they can still get their sister experience, that island experience, and at the same time tear some stuff up. I promise you, man, these dudes are strategic in what they do. They tore up Sasua, flew over to Cartagena, and now they're trying to skip on over 2 hours to bed. It's only 2 hours down the road. A bus ride only $3.
I'm glad I didn't go to Cartagena though. I ain't gonna lie. I am very, very happy I did not go. Because my boy told me not to even go to Cartagena. He said go to either Cali or Medellin.
Man. See now, Dre. Now I'm gonna have to open up the map of Colombia and go to like the little towns where I know cats won't go.
Yeah, you gotta go to the little towns. That's where you gotta go.
Oh man, you get treated like a man every time Andre and I or one of her family members, we all go. It's like I'm like this celebrity. It's because
I need you to send me the name offline. We're not gonna say the name.
Okay,
online.
cool.
Yeah, you're such a brat, yo.
Okay,
you're so petty.
Nah,
you're so petty.
Nah. I'm protecting my
that brother that's being greedy. You see that, right? Being greedy.
Well, I know, right? Yep. See, no facts. So you don't want to share the facts.
Don't want to share the facts. I thought this was for everybody. Huh?
Wait.
We're gonna change the facts.
Hey, I'm the sacrificial lamb. I gotta go test it out myself.
Nah, that's that BS.
My book report.
That's that BS, man.
Depending on the energy, I'm gonna be like, all right, this for some people.
Yeah, Chapapa, speak it up, man.
That's right.
Hey.
Oh, that hypocrisy feels so good. It's like it tastes like
listen.
a popsicle. That hypocrisy tastes like an old school grape popsicle.
Question: when you guys get cable installed in your house, are all the channels unlocked?
Say that again.
Shut up.
When you have a cable service in your house, are all the channels unlocked? There's certain packages. There's certain packages you have access to.
You gotta pay for it.
Exactly.
Some packages are premium.
Not about TV, you know.
Okay,
certain packages are available to certain people.
Wow.
Yeah, I scooted out of there.
You see this?
I caught that.
Yo, that's man. It's
crazy. He did it live too. Everybody saw it. Everybody saw it. So yeah, I would say for Cali, or even just Colombia in general, I would say for Cali, about at least you got to come out of one person by themselves, a really nice apartment, a really nice you gonna have your girl, and you still I easily say you could do it with between $1,200 to $1,500 a month. So I say 12 to 15. I would say about a good. I'll say about a good $15,000 a year. Between $12,000 to $15,000 a year will be able to get you through Cali, and I mean very, very comfortably, very comfortably. You can stretch it with 10. You'll be in a good area, but I know guys like to go out and do their date time, and they don't have a truck like we got. So you got to put in your Uber and in-driver, consider that as far as your costs, but for the most part, and if you don't pay for cable, if you just bring up Amazon Fire Stick like we've been using the same Fire Stick for the last 5 years. So if you bring an Amazon Fire Stick, you ain't got to pay for no cable. You just got to pay for your Wi-Fi. And if your building come with the Wi-Fi, just like most Colombia, you're basically good. So how about in Medellin? What would you say, GQ for Medellin for a year?
Shit. I mean, it really depends on like how, like you said, lifestyle. Because I know everybody's lifestyle is totally different. But to Medi, maybe 25,000, if that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Honestly, and that's the truth. And that's like maybe kind of comfortable. Because my lifestyle is totally different. Like I actually like to go out and I like to like have, just enjoy myself, So if you one of them that like spend money, I think 30 would be okay.
Kings and Dreams says, well, I guess you're right. Kings and Dreams said between 20 to 25.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kings of Dreams. He was just out there.
30 is like, all right, you good. I'm comfortable. I can still have my fun, do whatever. I think 30 is good, but like 2025, I think you'll be all right.
Y'all paying in Medellin. Ugh.
Right. And brothers, Dre dropped some jewels last night on Russ's Live. I've been trying this out here in Brazil. It's not working for me as much, I admit. But get on Airbnb, message the owner of a spot that you like, and try to negotiate off of the website. You negotiate off of the website, more than likely they will give you a discount, because what Airbnb does not pay them all in bulk. They have to split the prices and they pay them in installments. It'll work. It may not work. So from my experience here in Brazil, I've hit up a few people who were too scared to do business outside the application or didn't want to give WhatsApp. Like I had this one person where I'm staying now. Like I literally had to talk to this lady for like 3 days, go back and forth. She's like, "Who are you? The Airbnb send you here to test me? No, I do not want to exchange WhatsApp with you. No, I do not want to pay you that. I'm not going to lose my account." And I'm like, "Yo, lady, I'm just trying to get a good price on an apartment, pay you directly. Everybody's happy."
Did you tell her that you're a content creator?
Yeah. I gave her my Instagram. I was like, "Hey, this is my Instagram. This is my WhatsApp. Whatever questions you have." In the end, she ended up accepting it. And I was like, "Listen, you took a gamble. It paid off, but this happens." Like, the spot that I got in Medellin for my birthday later on this year, hit the dude up on the side. He gave me his WhatsApp immediately. On Airbnb, you can't give your number straight, so you're gonna have to like break it down or put it in between words. But by doing that, I saved $1,000 on a spot on Airbnb. So that was some great gems that Dre dropped. Make sure you guys, if you're going to these places and you're gonna spend a while, hit up the Airbnb person. Try to talk to them. Try to negotiate, because there's no rule saying you can't negotiate. Sometimes they'll give you a discount through the application, but those fees are killers. So it's like the discount, you get discounted, but then it comes back with the fees. So definitely try that.
Oh yeah. Let's Learn Spanish says 1,000 to 1,500 a month.
1,000 US dollars to 1,500 per month. Take that times 12. 1,500 a month to live. Is that comfortably in Medellin? Like, are you eating out every weekend? Are you in a good area? Is that bills included? Well, I guess if it's Airbnb, you're just paying electricity. That's for one person. Age, range, lifestyle. What type of lifestyle for 1,000?
Yeah, all that goes into factor. You know what I'm saying?
and a lot of go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. And like I said, as if like you like going out or whatever case may be. Like me, like I would just have one girl. If the connection's still good and everything is cool, I'll just have one chick with me, and a lot of the times she'll cook for me. That's just really it. And if we want to go out, we go out here and there. We want to go out every single night. But I'm gonna want to like learn more about the country and see what else the country has to offer. So I'm gonna like sightsee stuff and whatever. So it really depends on like what you want to do, really. But like Chopper said, age, all that. If that person's 21 years old and they out in You know what I'm saying? They're wilding. I know they're wilding. You know,
Or
That's true.
if you're a young homebody like me, I ain't even hit 30 yet, and I am homebody. Homebody.
Yeah.
Ask GQ. You'd have to drag me by the ankles to be like, hey, we're going out.
yo, there was a point, man. He was like, yeah, man, like for your birthday, I'm just gonna stay in the crib. I'm like, stay in the house for my birthday? Like, what are you talking about?
I am
I'm like, sound
homebody.
crazy.
Good luck getting me to go out in club.
Oh my gosh. See? And then on top of that, this man wanted to go to see the Sonic movie while we on vacation. Like, who's going to the movie theater?
I like that Sonic movie. So I ain't gonna even lie. Shout out to Sonic.
Right? Listen. When you live outside the matrix, things become más simple. The
True.
little things.
True.
Go ahead.
Because you think more like a local, no matter where you go, because you're in the custom of having a local mindset compared to when brothers like GQ come down, they tourists. They're like, I got 5 days, brother. Let's get it in.
Yep,
And we're,
yep.
we're more or less like, bruh, I'm past that stage. Like dudes who come down here and they will hit me up like the day that they get here. Dre, I'm in town. What's popping? I'm like, dude, I got like 5 videos to edit, and Andre going to go live in 20 minutes. Bro, I can't. Dude, I live here.
Yeah, I totally get it and I understand. You know what I'm saying? I get it. But I'm not like talking about going to like a big club. Like, I don't mind. Like, I'm more like a lounge guy now. I'm not even like into like the
Right.
club scene like that no more. Now I'm like, yo, I'd rather go to like a little lounge, have some drinks with my people, we vibe. You know, I got my hookah going and I'm good. That's just my type of energy now. Like, you know what I'm saying? If we want to go to a restaurant, we eat at a restaurant and then we just go home, chill and whatever. That's my energy now, you know? Like, I'm not trying to party and stuff like that no more. Like, I'm done with that. As long as like I can still dance, I don't mind going to like spots where they got salsa spots, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's enjoying themselves. That type of energy. Like, that's just what I'm about, you know, just enjoying ourselves, you know. But not clubs though? Nah. I don't care about that popping bottle stuff no more. That stuff is just over with.
See, Let's Learn Spanish TV is talking my language. The brother has 3 bedrooms, 2 bath, all bills included, 500.
Yep.
Talking my language. In Medellin. That's very, very good.
We paid $420 for all bills included, 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom. We got
Damn,
the
this
terrace.
shit makes no sense.
We got
My rent.
I'm talking about all utilities, Wi-Fi, everything included. We got security. We got our own parking garage. We've got what else we got? Brand new washing dryer units.
All that came in there when you bought
all that. And our building is we live right next to this where I'm pointing right now. This wall is the Lemon Tree Park, nothing but a park full of lemons. And so we don't even have a building next to us. And we live in one of the nicest areas out north. Anybody that's ever been to Cali, I know I learned about Cali from Let's Learn TV. Ace interviewed him about 4 years ago, and it blew my mind when he told me what he just like he did with the 500. He blew my mind. He said, well, my rent is $250, and that my brain could not compute rent with being $250 and somebody living in a nice area. I never saw that before. And so now that I'm living that life, it's like, And so when I say it with 425 and our rent just went up from 380, and the crazy part is, as long as the US dollar gets stronger, our rent continue, even though it's set at this price, as long as the US dollar gets stronger, it continues to go down as far as how much we pay. So during COVID, we started at 380, but during COVID, when everybody was in for the pandemic, we were paying 280, 300 for the same rent.
Oh, those were beautiful, beautiful times, Dre. Oh my goodness, the dollar
that
was
don't
great.
make no sense. I'm just trying to figure out how I could just.
That's why it gets me how it probably first. Y'all think y'all get flabbergasted at the prices that we pay outside the States. I still scratch my head on the fact that y'all still in the States, other than kids or family, and if you ain't got that responsibility, I see how y'all still, man. I would learn every free Google course online on how to do this for free, how to get certified for that for free. I would take a course on how to become a tutor. I would find something to where I would get me an online job and build my, especially if you in your 30s and you got time to build a brand or time to build a business or time to buy a business and all that stuff. Man, you got enough time in life if you know, hopefully, to be able to do all these things. Man, I'd have been going out to the United States. There is no way in the world y'all sitting up there paying $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month just because of geographical location. And the same apartment is $400 in another country.
But don't get it wrong, Jay, because now in some countries, rent, like regular rent, I could speak for the complex Jorge and I live in.
Mm-hmm.
Some owners want $1,300, $1,400, $1,000 a month. Whereas my rent just went up for the first time in 2 years from $318 to $420. But now they're hitting new people up for
And that's what that is.
$1,000, $1,300, $1,400. They don't even list rent prices in pesos anymore. They're listing it in dollars.
And the reason for that is, of course, when you talk about DR, you're talking about a tourist island, one of the most famous tourist islands in the world. Then you're also talking about, with Medellin, you're talking about a tourist city. Between Medellin and Cartagena, that's why they're the most expensive ones, because so much tourism come through. But for those of us that live in the normal cities, it's the price is a lot lower because we aren't known as the tourist cities. And so that's why you're seeing the influction of tourists, and that's why you're seeing the raising of the price that you guys have to deal with. That's sad, but it's a part of living in the tourist traps.
Yeah, and Santiago's not even a tourist trap. It's just it's more. And if there's any other expat here watching right now that lives in the DR, it's more greed going on. Where Jorge said the other day, it's like monkey see, monkey do. Oh, this person raised their rent to 35,000. Let me raise your rent from 10 to 35,000. But the person that raised their rent, their unit's empty. So exactly, listeners, Spanish TV. Thank you. But first off, shout out to Robert Francois for the super chat. He asks, if I'm into skinny/slim girls, should I skip out on DR in Colombia? When I look on YouTube, the women there look thick, curvy, a little bit fat.
They got all types. They got all types of all types of sizes in all these countries, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Especially Colombia, man. I saw some skinny girls out there too.
Yeah, you definitely find some skinny, some petite or skinny.
Yeah, they got everything. They got everything, man.
Yeah, you do that.
It ain't just only that. Yeah, it ain't just only that. Trust, it definitely ain't only that.
That goes back to what Chopper Paul was saying earlier. Don't believe those YouTube videos.
Yeah,
I'm telling
man.
you, they only tell you a part of the story. And so for brothers like you that are into the slim goodies,
you got to see it for yourself. Yeah,
yeah, they're out here. A lot of them, cute as they want, beautiful as they want to be too.
Mm-hmm.
Natural.
Yeah, yeah.
Little Twizzlers, cute Twizzlers.
I know, right?
Shut your ass up.
Right, man. Listen.
Oh man.
Yeah, yo, Let's Search Spanish TV. I just subscribed to your channel. I definitely would love to sit down and talk to you about it on the live because your knowledge is out of this world. He said that's the BS DR and Cartagena beer. I'm telling y'all, with rent, like you that's why you guys need to pay attention to these channels and watch how they moving. Dre paying $420 fully furnished in Cali.
Oh, it's fully furnished too? Like
no, we pay. Now we pay for our furnished. Now, if it was furnished, I'm glad that he brought that up. If it was furnished, this same apartment will go for between 500 to 600.
Okay.
So, for example, right around the corner, my boy TA stays at the same apartment that Ace stayed in or stays in when he comes down here, and it's $600. But everything is all included, but it just so happened to be furnished, and so that's where they stay. And like I said, it's literally around the corner. And this is Strata 5. You know, Colombia is broken down into 6 stratas or zones. And this is Strata 5 that we're in one of the city. So whenever there's some craziness, it don't happen over here.
Yeah, definitely. Jackson Jeter, I believe Jackson Jeter is living in DR. He says, yes, the greed is seen by other owners to renters. So
Yeah.
definitely be careful, y'all. If you guys notice, I try to dip myself into the real estate game just to help out expats or those of you who wanted to spend part-time DR. It's so hard. It's not even competitive at a point.
Mhm.
It's literally like you're taking a bucket of blood and you're painting each shark individually and you're gonna toss them all into the same tank. That's how real estate or almost any type of business is out there in the DR, where it's not legal, it's not law that you have to pay an agent 1 month's rent and you have to pay the owner a month's rent and security deposit. That's not law, but yet it still happens, and there's nobody to enforce that from not happening. So they take advantage of a lot of people, more foreigners than Dominicans, because let's be honest, Dominicans can't come up with free deposits for a place that's 300, 400, $500 a month. But for the person with a passport and that needs a guarantor, hell yeah, they're gonna do that to you. Let's see. Yeah, and most of the places don't even be worth it. So let's learn Spanish TV says, I couldn't believe how much they wanted when I was in DR last October. And the Wi-Fi was trash compared to Colombia. Electricity went out once a week. It it's mind boggling. Like the same place, because I've been in my complex 2 years. Like I just hit 2 years this month, and some units when I first came that were $260. Now they want 700, 800, 900 for what? Not to combat inflation. What are you inflating? There isn't more money coming into the DR. There aren't more jobs opening up. There aren't no raises. National average just went up. I think it's going up from 10,000 pesos to 13,000 pesos a month. That's like $220. So who are you raising the prices for really?
Yeah.
I don't get it. Hopefully that's not the case in Colombia, because Colombia is bigger, but it's definitely going on out there in the Dominican Republic in terms of rent. So you guys got to be careful who you're renting from, where you're renting at, because you could be renting in a terrible neighborhood, power grid going out 3 times a week,
Ugh.
and you're paying more than $400, $500.
Yeah, I like being down here in Colombia. You get a chance to save your money, invest your money. It's just in good people. Good people.
Yeah, that's the plan, man. I just want to give me a couple investments and just say peace out.
That's it, man. That's
Jay,
basically it.
do you guys go through that in Colombia down there in terms of the agents and renting? Do you have to be more? Do you have to be careful? Like you have to be careful in the DR, or it's a little bit more
Well,
straightforward?
well,
Are they
in
saying
Colombia, you have a lot of stuff that's online. You have a lot of stuff that's online, and I don't know if they do this in DR, but they do this in Colombia. You can literally in Colombia. You guys may have noticed this. Those signs with the phone numbers that's hanging out the windows of the apartments. Those are actual the renters' phone numbers. So a lot of times
Mm,
people see those big phone numbers hanging out of the window of an apartment. You're like, why they got the numbers, big banner hanging out with a phone number on it? That is the number that you take a screenshot of and you call and you negotiate the price, and bada bing, bada boom, and you're good. Or you could just go online and they already have the price already set. So it doesn't matter if you Colombian or not. That's who's going to be paying the price. If you can afford to live in that high rise, cool. If you can, and you need to get into a different location, cool. So that's what I like about Colombia. But now, what I don't like about Colombia, as far as real estate, if you're looking to buy a property, there is no MLS. There is no list that you can say that the house in this neighborhood goes for. They don't have that in Colombia. So it's almost
oh,
like a catch-22 that you need a connection and know somebody that's not going to try to get you. So
Gotcha.
that's how Colombia, and then also in Colombia, anybody in Colombia is set up. I think Russ said this too. Is set up to where anybody who can be your realtor and get the money from the sale of the house. In other words, Jorge could be walking down the street, right? Let's say he's in Colombia here. And I speak to Jorge because he's my boy and I need to buy a house or buy an apartment. Jorge introduces me to somebody that's selling an apartment. The deal goes through. Jorge, who's not even a real estate agent or nothing, he gets the commission. That's how Colombia is set up. Anybody, the little kid down the block can be your sale agent. There is no technical, you have a license realtor. You know, you got people that's in the business that have done this, but technically, the dude that's washing your windshield can point you to a house, and if the sale goes through, the dude that was cleaning your windshield actually gets the commission.
Wow.
And that's you just gave me another thing to love about Colombia, because in DR you don't even see the numbers like that anymore. Now everything is online because people kind of want to just like narrow the gap of that hallway you got to go down to finding a spot. So you have to go through an agent, you have to go through a company, you have to go through a business where it'll end up somebody's getting commission. You're paying more than you need to pay for. So like Don Omar said, DR takes its cues from the US. Excuse me.
Oh, it does.
Unfortunately, being in South America gives an advantage to being further away from US influence.
That's true. That's what Andre and I said. Soon as we got off the plane, we were like, "Is it just me, or are we in Miami?" Check the landing, because we swore that we were. It was so much because we landed in Santo Domingo, and we were there for a month throughout the country. And I kid you not, Santo Domingo reminded us right away that this could be an off branch of the United States easily.
Mm-hmm. It's the best city in the country. In terms of infrastructure, it's the best city in the country.
What?
Santo Domingo.
Oh no, Santo Domingo is crazy, bro. Oh my gosh.
Even down to the traffic lights and the traffic police. Not the same as Santiago. It's just weird how things are just spread out.
The subway
Robert says,
system.
The subway system, they're the only ones that have a subway, but now they're working on that at Santiago. Robert says, I know you're frustrated with prices going up. The only reason that the price go up is because supply is diminishing and people are willing to pay that high price, just like the US. No, you're wrong with there, Robert, and DR. People are not willing to pay that high price because there's barely any jobs. The jobs don't pay. And it's just going off what Let's Learn and Jackson Jeter said. It's just the greed of the owners. The owners see one person doing it. The owner hears about this. They're fine. You're good if you're an owner of two spots and you're collecting 15,000 pesos, 16,000, 20,000 pesos a month from two spots. You're already at 40,000 pesos a month. And you're probably not even in the DR. Or you're in the DR, or your rent is paying for your lifestyle. Your renters are paying for your lifestyle. But it's just greed. Because there ain't no reason why I should be paying $800 for a first floor apartment unfurnished with no view.
That's a lot. That doesn't even include utilities. Ugh.
Not even including utilities. You still have to pay water on your own, electricity, internet. Ugh. I'm on the top floor of my building, and my rent just went up after 2 years. Another thing too to be wary of for you guys going to live in the DR, renting the contracts. Read the contracts. If you guys read the contracts, I know it's in Spanish most of the time. That's why you have to go to a lawyer that you trust. Read the contracts. Because in those contracts, they state that they can increase the rent on you yearly by 10%, by at least 10%.
Wow.
So you're telling me in 10 years, rent will increase by 100% if you decide to stay there?
That's nuts.
Basically.
Read those contracts. Read those contracts. Make contacts. Still offering consultation services for the Dominican Republic. You have me, you have Russ, you have Jorge. Jorge and
Mhm.
I operating out of Santiago. You got Russ operating out of Puerto Plata. But talk to people. You have, it's not gonna hurt the consultations. It's not gonna hurt. It'll be saving you the stress, the headache, and dollars of going through somebody who's been there, done that, seen it, could be your shield for just a consultation. Say for Dre in Colombia, you're not gonna go to Colombia, go to Cali, and ask your taxi driver, hey, can you guide me through this process or guide me through that or walk me through this? No, it just physically and mentally it makes no sense. Use the information you got. Get on these consultations, y'all. It ain't gonna kill you.
Yeah, we do about a good about 5 consultations a week. We're at 5. Andre probably does maybe 3 or 4 months because a lot of guys need help from the business side. Since Andre is an accountant and a translator, a lot of guys just want help in regards to, like you said, reading the contract for them or helping them with the visa application if they want a visa, those type of things. And so she does consultation for that. I do consultation for all the other things for relocation, or just if you're coming down to visit for the first time and you just want a really nice, safe area, good trip, so forth and so forth. So we do a lot of consultations in regards to that. So it's amazing how many people are reaching out to us to do the consultation. But we pride ourselves in saving a lot of money for individuals, a lot of money and a lot of headache because take it from me. Even I did consultations before I came down, and it helped me out a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yep, me too. We were all there. I did them to go to DR. Jay did them go to Colombia, and the consultations don't even have to be about moving. I've had subscribers that have called me for
Mm-hmm.
help, guidance, opinions on situations they were going down in the DR. You know, whether like, oh, hey, is my mechanic cheating me, or I have this situation
Mm-hmm.
with this woman, what's going on, or just anything. Just having that boots on the ground presence is worth it for your peace of mind. So, like I said, still available for the Dominican Republic consultations, and then pretty soon going to start them up for Brazil. And Dre got Colombia smash. Dre will then start them up for Portugal, whatever part of Europe he goes up to. But
Mm-hmm.
information is here, waiting for you. It's up to you guys to take the steps. So,
You want to post our emails?
yeah,
Because
definitely. Send me.
yeah, let me send you the email because somebody just asked a question in regards to what's my cost, and I don't want to put the cost that I would give one person compared to another person. So, but make sure you guys email me and we can schedule the consultations. They usually last 2 hours. I usually give you answer your questions in regards to banking, investing, relocating. If you're going to come down here to Cali, Colombia, or just move to Colombia in general for just for visitations, some of the top places that you want to go to in each one of the cities. Also, if you're relocating, some of the psychological things that you may want to go through. I'm going to talk to you about packing. Whether you have a home address or not, how you're going to be able to get your mail. I talked to you about that. Everything from storage to if you're going to ship stuff over or not ship stuff over. We talk about that. We also talk about medical. How do you get your medical set up? We talk about that. We discuss the visa process. If you're going to relocate, you decide, I'm coming down. I had a good time, Dre. Hey, I want to know about the visa process. And also, you are able to get into 2 WhatsApp groups, exclusive WhatsApp groups. One is the Colombia Masterminds WhatsApp groups. Usually we charge $30 for a person to get in, but you get in absolutely free as part of your consultation, which will give you 24 hours, or almost 24-hour access to me and Andrea on a regular basis, because anybody that's in the WhatsApp groups, we all help each other out anyway. But there's also, we have a WhatsApp group here for Cali. And if you are a serious brother or sister that's coming to Cali, Colombia, don't come. We don't want you. But if you're a serious person that's coming to Cali, Colombia, we will let you into the WhatsApp group, and any question that you have, soon as you touch down, you never have to feel like you're alone or you're by yourself, even if you are visiting. And that's all a part of the consultation, and also including your Q&A. So any questions that you may have about anything, we methodically take our time and walk through each one of your questions to make sure we have those questions answered for you.
There you go. You heard it yourself. For Colombia, like I said, ain't nobody else got Colombia smashed like Dre do. So, like Jackson Jeter said, the consultations will stop the tears later. This is Dre's email. Hit up Dre for any questions, thoughts you may have. If you're looking to move to Colombia, if you're looking at Cali, this is where you got to go. Email him right now. This is my email right here, Real Chopper TV. That's in the comments. You can email me, and I will help you out from anything from pointing you to the right direction for real estate. I myself cannot put any influence, but the most I can do is point. And the person that helped me get my spot for the price it was for those 2 years before the rent went up. Health insurance, I have my people over at Humano. You need internet, you need fiber optics, whatever the package is. I have my person at Claro. Getting a car, getting food. So the thing me and Dre have done, we've built ourselves up in these communities as to where, all right, somebody needs this information. You guys could dodge all the potholes that we had to drive through for a smoother process, a smoother transition. So make sure you guys hit us up for the consultations, Dominican Republic, Colombia, and you're in good hands.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good hands.
Last month, Andre helped the brother get back $3,000 that he got from that this pro got from him, took from him. And,
what?
Dude.
Wow.
Sitting up there not listening to the channel. And we've been telling them, hey, visa interviews are not until 2024. She didn't trick him into saying that the $100 plus Colombian visa path for her to move, not move, but visit the States. This is what happened. Guy meets pro meets guy, pro turns guy out, right? So guy wants pro to come visit him in the United States, right? Guy sends money to pro because pro says, baby, I suck you just like I did here in the United States. So he wants the pro to come to the United States. What happens? The application to fill out for the US visa for her to come is only $100 and something. What did she tell him? Well, I got an attorney. I got this. I got to get my head done. Before it all went down, it ended up $3,000. This brother was in the hole. Here he comes, Andrea. I want to schedule the consultation. So Andrea, being the accountant she was able to track everything down, make sure my man got actually interview with the girl, talk to the girl, and finally my man was able to get all his stuff back. But this is not the kicker. The kicker is he won't check it out. This clown actually went back to he did it in Cali. What does he do? He hit Andrea up a couple months later. Andrea, I need for you to do me a favor. Yeah, what do you need? What do you need? Could you help my girl out with the visa application? Wait a minute, you talking about the one here? Then you just get your money back? No, I got one in Medellin now. Wait a minute. You just got your money back from the one in Cali. Now you want to do pay for play games with a visa in Medellin. And Andrea constantly telling people, listen, the application can be done today, yes, but they will not get an interview until 2024, April. I've looked at the dates. Dudes be wondering, like, how come you and Andrea have the dates are so far down, and nobody wants to listen, nobody wants to believe us. And so at the end of the day, Andrea's like, listen, okay, I'll help you with your application, but I'm letting you know now. Don't give papaya like we say here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yo, let's learn Spanish as jokes.
Yeah.
Yo, y'all got me done.
That you should not be.
Bro, it don't matter how good your ass is being eaten, bro.
Wait, this guy
is not dumb.
This guy is giving out visa applications like free samples. Like he Oprah, you get a visa, you get a
You get it,
visa,
and you cannot.
$3,000.
Even though we know from experience in interviewing with other people and talking with
You already know,
the
Ryan T.
consulate in the embassy, we know that that person's application will not be approved because the way the United States applications are. Okay, first of all, when it comes to the visa, real quick, you have to be approved. Once your application is done, it has to be approved by two countries: the country you're going to and the country you're visiting from. So even if the United States approves it, they approve that you can be interviewed in Colombia or Brazil or Holland or any other country. Not that you've been approved in the United States. You just been approved to be, your girl has been approved to be interviewed in her home country. Okay, now her home country says, okay, boom, you're going to be interviewed. Usually the United States wants to approve that you are going to go back home to your home country. They want to make sure that you're going to go back home to your home country. Your home country side, they want to make sure you come back home to your home country. So what would draw you back home? So here in Colombia, they're like, do you own a car? Do you have a bank account? Do you have family members here? How long have you worked on your job? If you don't, your girl does not have a job, guys, if she does not have a vehicle or something that she's paying for, you see, proof that she'll come back. She doesn't have, if she doesn't own or rent an apartment for a while under her name, does she have family members like kids or anything? If they have no proof of being drawn back home, Colombia will, you ain't going nowhere. Take your butt on back to Cartagena. You cannot be approved in Colombia if you do not have proof of that you are going to be coming back home. To whereas the United States, they want proof that you're going to get the heck out.
Hold on,
But dudes don't
T.I.
listen. And like I said, the dates, if your girl fill out an application today, she will not be interviewed until 2024. You won't, let's put it like this. If she got short hair, her hair will be down to her butt by the time she get an application. And then here's the other part. Here's the other kicker. The application that she filled out today, if she doesn't do a renewal before 2024, guess what they do? They gonna stamp and say it's not approved because the information is outdated. We don't know if you still live in that apartment. We don't know if you still have that job. We don't know if you bought a different car. You said your child was 3 on this application. Your child is 6 years old or 5 years old now. And so they will not approve your application just because you didn't even update the application. But your girl ain't gonna tell you that.
Time. Listen, y'all. Andre is not saying to put a car in her name, to put an apartment in her name. Andre's not saying to give her a baby. Andre's not saying to put her in the position of success so you can get your little girlfriend visa, okay?
Back to the topic.
What's needed. Andre's not saying, hey, I want to bring Emily from Paqueyeras to New York with me. I'm going to give her a car so that way the visa application gets approved. No, Andre's not saying that. He's listing, because I have to break it down, because it's going to be that one dude. It's always that one dude like, oh, okay, so I get her a car and she could come in 3 months. Okay. No, that's not what Andre's saying. He's saying what Colombia, what the states are looking at for the application to be successful, what's going to bring them back to Colombia. It's not what you're going to give them to bring them back to Colombia. Andre's not saying that.
Right.
That is all.
Right. Thank you, brother. Because that goes back to your topic of turning a garden tool into a housewife. Because that's what some of these dudes do. I know a dude down here that actually I just met last week, man. This dude actually met a girl in Colombia, took her back to the States after 6 months. Now he likes living in Colombia, but guess who doesn't want to go back to Colombia? The chick. Yeah. So now he flies to Colombia every few months to be with other chicks. Because he really wants to be, true story, he really wants to be in Colombia, but the chick that he flew from Colombia to live in the States with them, he cares about, but she does not want to come back to Colombia. So now he's stuck with a chick. It's like being stuck with a car that you no longer want, but you got payments on it. That's what he's dealing with. So now he flies down Colombia every few months to deal with this chick, that chick, because he really wants to be down here, but he can't because he got this chick stuck in New York driving him crazy with the fact that she wants to stay in the States.
Mm-hmm. And what Let's Learn Spanish said is pure notes. I cannot place enough emphasis on them.
No.
Don't bring them back to the USA. Make a life of her in their home country. If that means that you got to retire at whatever amount or travel more times out of the year that you would like, do not bring them back, because what you're doing is you're plucking up that apple tree from the ground, from the roots, from the soil where it grew to that lovely apple tree that you loved, that you like so much, to bring them into an environment where it'll just wither and die.
Yep.
What you got, GQ?
So you don't think it's possible?
No.
It's so rare. Hey, GQ, I got word for you. You already had your rarity in a lifetime. Don't be pushing it.
I'm not.
Hungry, that was your one shot at rarity. You don't get 3 unicorns in a lifetime. Stop it. You got your one unicorn in this lifetime that most of us don't even get. And here you go. Can I get another unicorn real quick? You know, I do unicorn. I treat unicorns well.
Look, man. Look, I'm not gonna talk about religion, but you know, everything's in God's hands always.
All right, that's what a lot of pastors that end up with women that mess around on them. God told me to marry her. Okay,
I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep.
Well, God ain't telling me anything. I'm just saying it is in God's hands. That's all I'm saying.
It is, but it is God's hand and our responsibility.
So GQ, you would export?
The only reason why I say that, bro, is because of my situation. Because like I am in construction, like I can't I have to invest in order for me to leave here and then have.
Words of fantasia. Truth is, don't push it. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I'm not pushing anything. I'm not pushing anything. The only reason I only look. I only say I was just only questioning. That's it. I'm not saying I'm doing it. Okay, only questioning. That's all. I want to hear the reason why. The reason why from all you guys.
Oh,
I just want to hear.
I've heard this question.
Hold on. You got time? Because I'm about to change the battery out of my camera. Because I got time for this.
I got time for this
right now. I got time. Let me change the battery out of my camera. You can start off first, Dre.
Okay, here we go. First of all, 2 things are going to change when it comes to this bring somebody to the United States. How she sees you and how she sees herself. How you see you and how you see yourself. She's never seen the 95 you, have she? They're going to work you, has she?
No.
She's never seen you stressed after dealing with traffic for an hour and a half, whether it be riding the train or whether it be riding the bus, has she?
No.
She's never seen you deal with the stress and ups and downs of significant bills, has she?
No.
So that side of you, she's never met before. That side of her, when it comes to relocating and being away from her family and from her home environment, you don't know if she's going to embrace it with happiness or sadness, do you? You see what I'm saying? Where I'm going with that? There are 2 people that have never met each other. You have never met the whole her. She's never met the whole you. A lot of guys say she come to the United States and change. She has to change to adapt being in a U.S. Commercialized capitalistic environment anyway. It has nothing to do. She gonna cheat on you. She gonna be another man. It's just that she must evolve because it's a new you that she's being introduced to. Before she walks out the front door, the first person that's telling her that she has to change is you, because she's seeing a new you that she has to adapt to. Secondly, you have women that have decent careers or decent jobs in their home country. Now they got to go to your country and mop floors because their degree didn't transfer. They got to go to your country and do nails because their nail tech position or the fact that they own beauty salons in their own country, that didn't transfer to your new country. to the United States. So now they got to get half-stepping jobs, but you ain't used to being with a half-stepping woman because the women in the States that you deal with are some decent women. And the woman that you were with when you met her in Colombia, she owned a beauty salon. Now she has to come to the United States to just do nails here and there because she doesn't have those type of connections. So now you have to see her in a different light. You see where I'm going with that? There's a her you have never met. There's a you she has never met. I love you too. No, see, there's a me that Andrea has. My wife is of going on 3 years. You got a bot in your that you want to kick out, Chapel Pop. Okay, there you go. For example, my wife, we've been together going on 4.5 years, going on our 3rd year of marriage. But there's still Andre, every day stressed out in the United States. The United States is driving me crazy. Racism, can't go into the grocery store without somebody acting a fool. Got to worry about our kids. If our kids are going to make it through a whole school year, United States. Dealing with a boss that's younger than me, getting on my last nerves. Got to go back to paying stateside taxes for everything. Andre, that she has never met, ever. And then I expect her to scoot over to the United States with me, and I'm going to be the same person. No, I am not. There is a Andrea, my wife, that I have never met. The Americanized side of Andrea. My wife loves fashion. She loves style, but she doesn't love stress. She doesn't love the fact that she's not around family, or my family is family oriented, because in the United States you can't compare family oriented like Colombia or South America compared to how we just like family in the United States. That's my family. We have a family reunion once a year. Colombians get together like every other weekend. So I'm expecting her to be a family oriented woman at the exact same time she's moving to another country, and she has to adapt to the speed of traffic, the way that I'm expecting her to adapt to a country that if she, as a Latin person, gets stopped by police, she has a higher chance of being harassed than a white person being stopped by a police officer. I'm bringing her into that environment. So a lot of times we don't think about that part when we're talking about bringing this person to the good old USA. And then, just like the story I just mentioned with the one gentleman who decided that, babe, let's continue to travel. She like, I will never leave the United States. I am white folks here, good folks. I'll never leave this plantation. So now you stuck with a person that you're like, I thought that we would use our passports throughout our lives together. And this person has decided they never want to leave the 50 states. So now what do? You're stuck because you brought somebody into an environment with a mindset that you didn't even know existed. And that's what my point is. You are two people that have a side of you that you have never met before. So to bring somebody into the United States, it is not fair to them, and it is not fair to you.
So I'm just wondering, like, how come it's much easier transitioning to their country, even though you don't know as much,
Yeah. That's easy, because you know the them in that country, and they will actually know the you. For example, I work online. I have my own company. I have my own brand. You guys know, most Chopper Pot can tell you 90% of the time Andre is sitting in this chair if you're trying to catch me anyway. So that person, Andre, knows who I am. Even when I came down here and I was working online for other companies, they know who I am. I'm an online worker. This is what I do. I don't have the stresses of the United States as a person living here, just like I didn't have the stresses of the United States as a person that was visiting here. So I didn't really change too much. I just went from my tourist cap to my resident cap, or my local cap, in other words. So that person didn't have to see as much evolution of Andre as much, because I don't have to deal with as much racism as a tourist, and I don't have to deal with as much racism as a local. You see what I'm saying? There's not much. I don't have to deal with a cop banging on my truck saying, "Get out." As a tourist, I don't have to deal with that as a local. So there's not too much change in you, GQ, that person would see if you're living in their home country, because they've seen you do it as a tourist, and all you're doing now is taking off that tourist cap, and now you're acting like a local, and now you learn about the local grocery stores and local eateries and the local this, the local that, and you spend more time with their family. For them, they don't have to evolve at all. because they hung out with their families on Saturday when you were tourists. They still hang out with their family on Saturdays when now you're a local. They get up in the morning, go to their jobs when you're a tourist. They go out and do their job when you're a local. So they don't have to evolve as much because once you decided to be with them, quite obviously it took you enough time to be around them, to get to know them, to say that you will make that transition to their country. So therefore, the change and the transition is a lot easier for you because you are who you are, and you don't have to be Americanized in their country. You only have to be Americanized, and they have to be Americanized if you go back to America. That's what makes the evolution a lot easier when you go live in their country, or you both decide to move to another country together, compared to going back to United States. United States would tear your now, mind you. Are there anomalies in the United States? Yes. Are there some good couples that he moved his girl there and everything worked out? Yes. We're not saying that it's impossible, but we're percentage people. Passport people, the wise of us are percentage people. And when you know that the percentages are low for you to bring that person back to their country compared to you being in their to you living in their country, I mean, you bring them back to your country compared to you living in their country. If you know that percentage is lower, some percentages you don't want to play the game. That's why we kind of teased you earlier, say you got your unicorn for a lifetime. You got your one time. Don't push it, because you try to do it again, you might not get another unicorn. You might not get another unicorn.
So
I got you.
Dre broke down the more scientific part of it. I'm gonna break down the part where I know majority of the chat, and drop a comment if you're still with us. Hour number 3, didn't expect it to go to zone, but it's just been a great topic after the other. Let me know who's here with us. Good morning, very very early. Good morning, all 22 of y'all.
Yeah, my fault about that, man. I had to just one, because the only reason why I asked that question is because I know I hear it from a lot of brothers, and that
no, you good. But this is my view on why I would export. The things that like Dre touched on, they would see, not only they would see a different you, but you would see a different them. Mm-hmm. Now you have them in the matrix. The influences change, right? Now that the little $200-$300 you was getting away with giving them a month, that's gonna go up. Ooh. You give her $300 now, she be like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? Wipe my ass? Now your costs are going up. The influences are going up because why? Because now she's in the middle of that westernization bowl, the social media, the other bad influences, the music, the television. Other women from her culture who are Americanized would now start to poison her. True story. I have a friend who got married from the DR, brought the chick with him, and they was all nice and everything was so smooth in the DR. What do you think happened once he brought her to the States? Heard the whispers from other Dominican women, like, hey, he's giving you too little. If you're married, you could do this, you could do that, you could divorce him, you could do child support for a child that's not his, you could do this and that. So what happened now? She turned on him. The same man who brought her up from nothing, provided, loved, all that stuff, got a whole different woman just by changing her location. And he's not the only one that happened to. Correct. It happens because it's not just because now you're changing the impact of what you're providing in her life. Now you're changing the temptation, because we know women are easily tempted more than men. It was Eve who ate the apple, not Adam. So now you're putting her in a position to hurt you, hurt the relationship, all because you took her out from the garden where she was planted and she grew into that nice, beautiful tree that made you want to stay in that garden for the rest of your life, and you put her somewhere where you'll just end up withering and dying off poison fruit. it's more for peace of mind to keep her there in her positive setting than to bring her to a negative setting. Because if it wasn't a negative setting, why are you trying to get away from there by traveling and meeting somewhere else?
Yeah.
Why would you want to bring her back to there for the sake of your job or for the sake of comfort or ease? Nah, it's not it's not worth it. For me personally speaking, it's not worth it because now it's more money that you're spending. You got the people in their ears, you got the environment. Because as much as you don't stop to think about it, you in New York, your environment is weighing down on you spiritually, mentally. You having to go out, you going through traffic, you worrying about shootings, the bills, the inflations, food shortages, family. That's weighing down on you. Now imagine how that'll weigh down on somebody who's never been exposed to that from birth, from somebody who's happy eating arroz con aguacate and dos huevos for dinner, who's used to having the power go out. Now you're gonna take them out of that environment and put them into someplace where they'll grow negatively. Like I
But
said,
yet expect them to be the same person,
and
and
expect
yet
them to be the same
expect them to,
person.
for years to come. Expect them
Hmm.
to never evolve. Expect them to always be gonna cook. She's the only one on her block that of the block that you moved her to that actually cooks dinner and brings the plate to her man for the first few weeks until she started talking to the other women on the block that never cook for their man. And they ain't sure gonna bring you a cup of water, at least long talking about bringing you a plate. Now you're looking crazy like, well, when we were in Colombia, well, baby, we ain't Colombia no more. I'm not
We ain't
bringing
in
you.
Kansas no more, Dorothy.
Thank you.
We
You
ain't
ain't
in
in Kansas
Kansas.
no more. And now you looking crazy in the face. But here you go with the conjunctions, like I always say. You coming with the conjunctions, but you knew what I was expecting, but you knew who I was. It's the old story of the scorpion and the frog. I don't know why dudes don't get it. Scorpion walks up to the frog and says, "Hey, listen, I'm trying to get across the lake. Frog, could you take me across?" Frog says, "You're crazy. I'm not about to take you to the promised land across the lake." He said, "Man, if you sting me, I die." He said, "Man, why would I sting you, bruh? I'm gonna put it in the sheet." She says, "Why would I sting you? I know that if I sting you, I drown and you would drown." The male frog looks at the female scorpion and says, "That makes sense. Why not go ahead and take you to the promised land?" The frog lets the female scorpion gets on his back. He just a swimming. It's all smooth. Everything is wonderful, right? Thump, stabbed him. The frog is about to drown. The scorpion is about to drown. The frog, in his last breath, said, "Why would you do that? Now we're both going to die." The female scorpion looks him right in his eye before she dies and says, "Because I'm a scorpion."
Hmm.
And that's what scorpions do. You will never make it to the promised land with them scorpions, bruh. It sounds good and noble. And to the frog, it seemed like it made sense, didn't it? Because, hey, if I die, she'd die too. If I go broke, she ain't gonna have a place to go in anyway. I got her. Yeah, sting. She gonna still sting you, and you wondering what's going on. That happens to so many dudes. So many dudes. I tell you what the problem that I find with a lot of dudes, man, when it comes to women, then they want to bring them to the United States. You know what the problem is, Chapapa?
Hmm.
They are impatient. They know it's not their time to be in a relationship, but they found somebody that they like at this time, but your time is not time yet. And so they want to rush something impatiently, and then when they fall in their face and the relationship doesn't work, all Colombian women are like this, all DR women are like that, all women in trip. No, it was not your time to be in a relationship anyway. This was supposed to be your grind time, but you wanted to pretend love. You wanted to act like I'll be down there in a couple of months. No, it's going to take you a couple of years to get down to that country where that person is. So instead of stepping back and just using that person as, hey, when I come down, it's going to be us. If I ain't there, do your thing, little mama. Instead of being a man and doing it like that, no. We want to rush something, and if it doesn't work, then we want to blame the whole country of women when the only problem was it was not your time yet. Sometimes it's time to be single. Sometimes it's time to focus on your money, focus on getting your mind right, focus on getting your health right. And then when it's time for you to get that one, because you know we could go anywhere and find that one. So that's the good part about being a man with a passport. Then it's time for you to go ahead and move to that country where that person is and enjoy yourself. Or you both decide to move to another country like me and Andre are doing. But don't be trying to rush, because a lot of dudes do that. Like the one story I told you about the guy. He brought her from Colombia. Now she doesn't want to go back to Colombia, the country where he wants to go to. Now he's cheating in Colombia.
Colombia.
Why would you bring a chick back from Colombia? Why would you do that to yourself, knowing that you're going to be going back and forth to Colombia anyway? Because you're being selfish and you're being impatient. That's the only reason this guy did that. And that's the only reason why I see most dudes that bring the female back, not all dudes, but most dudes that bring the female back to United States is out of being selfish or is out of being impatient, or both of them.
Mm-hmm. End of the day, it's not even a financial. It's not just a financial risk anymore. Now it's just you basically setting your peace of mind on fire. You're taking the peace of mind, the tranquility you had in their home country, and you're dousing it in gasoline. Whenever you take a woman out of their respective home and you move to US. Perfect example. Look at Brown Spade. Shout out to Brown Spade. Make sure you guys check out his channel. Brown Spade retired firefighter, married a Dominican woman, a doctor. Where does Brown Spade live right now?
Yeah.
In Cotuí, Dominican Republic. I've never even heard of Cotuí until I spoke to the brother. But he moved there with his wife, little small town in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
And like Bruce just said right now, US on some other shit, getting crazier.
Yeah.
Look how is it, to go back to the brother story? How is it that someone who hasn't even been there for a year could just file for divorce, take your house, put you on child support for a kid that's not yours, or try to, all because of the whispers? They didn't have that plan when they met you in Colombia or Brazil or DR.
Mm-hmm.
It's the influence, and we're not looking at the influence, and that's why for where I live the past 2 years, because just being 3 hours away from New York by plane or an hour away from Florida, the influence of westernization, GQ, is real and it's dangerous to countries that are not the United States. It's poisonous. It's poison at a point. Up to the point where you'd rather buy fake Jordans for $200 instead of paying your rent, or you'd rather screw over the one source or the one person who cares for you as a human being just because it's what you hear or what you see or what you're told to do or how you have to live. I'll be honest with you, I hate social media.
Yo, I'm the same way.
I hate it.
Sucks.
It's a lie. It's toxic. It's dangerous. Up to the point where in the Matrix, you have little 9-year-olds committing suicide just by being bullied on social media. Like, come on, I hate social media. I hate social media because it tells people to live a life that does not exist. And it shows you people living a life that does not exist for them.
True.
It's all a lie. I hate social media. But this is just to go out in general. If you guys are traveling and like Dre said, you meet the one and you're in love and you're happy, why would you go back to the place you tried so hard to escape from with your sunshine? Why would you turn your sunshine into piss rain on purpose?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna go through the motions, the hard work, the blood, sweat, tears, money, the consultation to become an expat, stay an expat. Nobody is coming on these panels, on these channels to tell you expat matrix. No, it's matrix expat punto. That's it.
That's it.
Everything you do should reflect as an expat once you become an expat. Like Learning Spanish TV said, only thing matrix associated should be your business address. And that's it.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And I know that there'll be guys that once you stop broadcasting, they'll have their conjunction, but not me, but not my girl. And they'll sit back and they'll be like my brother here, and they'll say, "It's well, I'll put it in God's hand." And once you get done, put it in God's hand. The next thing in 6 months, you'll be like, "Oh my God!" Instead of saying, "Putting it in God's hand," now you're saying, "Oh my God." Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh Lord, help me. Lord, if you get me out of this just one more time, one more again, Lord, I promise you I ain't gonna never bring another one to the States. Instead of just sitting back and just being patient, because that's a part of maturity, being patient. And part of maturity as a mature man is being unselfish. When you know that it wouldn't even benefit this person to even come to the United States. My wife is an accountant in this country. Her accounting degree and her licensing does not transfer to the United States. So will that really benefit my wife, who I love so much, to come to the United States, and now she got to hopefully do some nails or work or change sheets with condoms on them in a hotel room at the Red Roof Inn? Because I selfishly wanted my wife to come live in the good old United States, to go from what she's doing to what we don't realize what our wives or our girlfriends may end up having to do. And then looking at your money, like Chopper Pa said, your little $400 don't mean nothing now. Your little thousand don't mean nothing. But you better believe one of her co-workers go introduce her to somebody that knows Spanish that you don't know, and all of a sudden he can afford that thousand and 2,000-3,000 every other week to give her. You ain't gotta, as fine as your woman gonna be, fresh. Ain't never had no American sex other than you. You the only Americana she been with. Now she can get all the American chicos as much as she want. What? You think you gonna be for the next 60 years, you gonna be the only USA sex she gonna have? Nah, bruh. Nah. So go ahead, keep on fooling yourself. Put it in God's hands. God looking at anytime you got God looking down at you saying, "Oh my God," you in trouble. Anytime you got God looking down saying, "Oh my God." So you might want to sit back and say, let me be patient. Let me be the mature man that I am, like I was in Hungary. Let me go ahead and be patient and not selfish. And that's the mature side of all of us that we need to showcase. Because at the end of the day, you'll end up just like that one brother I just told you the story. Doesn't even want to be in the United States. And I'll tell you something. He's not the only story that I heard over the last month of a guy reaching out to me saying, "Dre, how do I handle this? I'm married. We're happy. I love my girl, but I don't want to be in the United States." And she does.
It's so crazy, Dre, when it's like the fight that for where I'm at, I have an example. I have a friend of mine, a female friend that's now in New York, living in the Bronx, working in McDonald's. In Santiago, she lived with her parents, was doing fine, wasn't struggling. And she writes me once a week to be like, you know what? I was so dumb and immature not to listen to you. Because number one, she married a man who, once she got to the States with, treated her like shit. Now having to work in McDonald's, now having to go through court, now having to take care of a kid, now bounce around from place to place because you can't afford to live in New York working at McDonald's with no English. And to talk to everybody now on YouTube, and this goes into why you Western Union money. Why you go to the clubs and you want to put the rings on the pros because there's no mental stability. You guys are going into these situations like you have a ticking time bomb on your chest. Like, man, I gotta do this
Ooh, that's a good
before
one.
it blows. I gotta get her to love me before she runs out of patience and goes to love somebody else. I gotta do this in X amount of time in order to win. Hey, you don't have to. You don't have to. If it's
Right.
meant to be for you, you don't gotta rush it. You don't gotta impress it. If it's meant to be for you. But you can't force someone or something to be for you. You can't force a square in a star peg.
Mm-hmm.
Star got to be a star.
And that was my
I,
case too.
I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm perfect. I used to have half a time bomb on my chest. Like, all right, now this is my timeline. This is my plan. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then before shit blew up on me, I had to stop and think like, yo, what am I rushing for? What am I thinking? Like, oh damn, I'm gonna lose out on this opportunity. Nah, it ain't the end of your life if somebody walks away from you. When people could walk away from you, you let them walk.
Let them
Because
walk.
all that's just saying is that your destiny is not tied to that person anymore. So if you gotta pull out the credit card, you gotta pull out the cash for somebody's time, attention, love, patience, just cash at me.
For real.
Send me that money,
For
please.
real. Don't be blowing it on her. Just send it to us. At least you know it's going to a good cause. That's right, Chop. Let them know. Send it to
Exactly.
Chopper Power.
Exactly. Send it to Dre. Hit up Dre's email for the cash app and the Zelle because it's some kind of weird impatient thing, and it's not just marrying to go to the States. It's not just let me wife the first pro I come across when I go off the plane. It's some weird ticking time bomb that traveling men have to talk to themselves about.
That's so true. So true.
And we're not having enough of that conversation. Why do men feel like we're on a time bomb? Like I have to pay for her attention. I have to pay for her love. I have to bring her to the States. I
It's the
have to
experience.
keep her around.
It's just the experience. Like I said, it's all about the experience.
Well,
What we,
Everything. I know that there's crackheads out there, but I need to experience crack to know that there's a crackhead out there.
but still, you got, like I said,
There go with conjunction again. But
I
everything
feel
that I
you.
said prior to is negated.
Not too. I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that, but it's this experiences that we don't get here and we get over there.
So
It's
why
like
not wait till you
it's
get
like
over
it's
there?
like it's like we're holding on to something that we don't want to lose, and I
oh, you
feel like
talk,
that's what the pressure. That's
okay.
the pressure. That's the
I can
pressure
agree with
that.
that.
That's the pressure that I feel when it comes to like having these experiences when we go to these countries. We have these, intimate connections with these women, and we're like, damn, I'm not getting this back home. Let me hold on to this and try to see I can really keep this. And that's where the pressure comes in, where you're like, damn, I don't want her to like, I don't want to lose this one. I don't want to be able to like miss out on this opportunity. So yeah, like you said, oh, I love this girl. This is the one, blah, blah, blah. Because you've gotten experience that you've never gotten back home. So that's where the pressure is concerned. Where I feel like us as traveling men, when we have these experiences and we have that first moment with a pro or whatever, we don't take a step back and be like, let me just chill. I don't really have to rush this. I could still meet other women and still find the one and still take my moment and be like, okay, I'll be all right. I don't have to like get the first one and try to make it work. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's why I said but it's really that's how I feel because what you guys said, and the only reason why I asked that question is because I just wanted to hear from your guys' perspective because you guys are not in the States. I
Mhm.
just wanted to know because I hear it all the time. I never said like that's what I was going to do, but it just sounded like better because it's a better opportunity here. That's the only reason why. But now hearing it from both sides and hearing it way more in depth, it just makes sense. Like
Mhm.
I totally get it. You definitely don't want to bring somebody over here and then seeing a different side of myself and bringing them here where the problems are way more serious and troublesome. You don't want to, like you said, kill the
I,
fire in what you have
yeah.
in that person.
And I go back to
Exactly.
what y'all was saying. It would just destroy me if I took Andrea to the United States and something physically happened to her, like drunk driving, or police situation that was uncalled for, or uh, she gets into it with an envious coworker, or all the stuff that she does not experience in the United States that we kind of like take for granted, or even on the fact that she's cooking the exact same foods the exact same way that she cooks it in the United States, but she puts on 30 pounds because we have pesticides and GMOs and all that other stuff in our foods. And now my wife no longer feels sexy about herself, not because of any fault of her own. She's cooking the exact same vegetables, she's cooking the exact same chicken, but she's wondering, why am I putting on 30 pounds if I'm cooking the exact same food? Because it's not the exact same thing in the exact same food. So you guys don't think about that. That hot Colombian chick that you got in the United States, expect her to put on some weight if she's not going to the gym all the time, or she's being athletic all the time, because we forget about the fact now she's going to the United States and we put salt and seasoning and all that junk on foods to mask the real taste, and salt holds water. And so now she's got seasoning salt. She's got Lowry salt on that piece of chicken. And now she's also got lemon pepper on that piece of chicken. And she's got real pepper on that piece of chicken. And she's wondering, why can I get off this water weight? Because salt holds weight. But in her home country, they use very little salt. So that's why it was easy for her. If you notice this about Colombia, even the big women got small waists for being big. You see a few of them that got the little round and pudgy, but for the most part, you will see a sister or a female that's big chest, big butt, and you like, for her proportion, her waist is still small. You're like, how the heck is she? And still be just as beautiful as the slender girl. And so now you take that woman and you put her in eating United States junk food that we got, eating New York style pizzas, Chicago style pizzas, LA style pizzas, burgers, all the stuff that's never been her system before, drinking that water that's Flint-ish, with all the stuff that we put in the waters, to where she's used to having healthy water when she shower, healthy water when she's eating. And all of a sudden, her mindset, because of all the chemicals that's going to her brain now, because she's eating United States stress. If the chicken was stressed when it died, guess who's going to be eating the stress? So now she's eating stressed out chicken, stressed out beef, stressed out pork. And now you wonder why psychologically your woman has changed from the beautiful, sweet angel that you met when she was in Bed or Cartagena or in DR, and now she's all of a sudden this moody, attitudey person. You and like, what's going on? And she don't even know what's going on. She's bombarded with, now she goes to the United States, she's bombarded with every other commercial is a medical pill commercial. So now she's got to be on this pill for this and that pill for that. All these things we don't take into consideration. We just want to be selfish. We want it our way. I want her here now. I love her now. When life was trying to tell you, boy, get your money up, get your mind right, get back in the gym, get yourself physically right, get your passport right, get your bills right and your credit right, so you can move outside the United States, then fall in love with the right person. Why do you guys keep forgetting God gave Adam the garden before he gave him the woman? We keep trying to switch this up. We got the garden first. God said, hey, here's what I'm gonna give you first. I'm gonna give you an image. I want to let you feel good about yourself. First thing you need to have as a man is an image. How people see you and perceive you. God said, hey, I'm gonna give you an image just like mine. Oh, you need a job and a place to stay. I'm gonna give you a garden and a job. I want you to take care of the garden, and you're gonna have the garden and eating the whole thing. I'm gonna hook you up. You alone? I'm gonna give you some animals at first. So I'm gonna give you some investments. I'm gonna give you some other things outside of just your house and home, some investments to take care of. Now you got an image about yourself. You know who you are. Now you got some investments. Now you got a home. Now you got a career. Now I'm gonna give you a woman. But what do we do in the United States, especially dudes with passports? You ain't got no image. You don't know who you are. You barely got a career. You barely got investments. You don't own a home yet, but yet you want to bring another woman in. You want to bring your Eve in before you got all the other stuff. And then you want to look at God like, why don't you bless me, God? I'm leaving your hand. God said, wait a minute. I told you what to do as a man in the first 2 chapters of a 66 chapter book, in the first 2 pages. If you just read the first 2 pages, you wouldn't be going through these headaches. But yet at the end of the day, we want to sit up there and look and criticize the woman, criticize the country, criticize God, criticize life. When at the same time, God was like, I would have hooked you up. I had a girl waiting for you. She was so fine in this other country that you ain't even been to yet. I got her waiting for you. All I need for you to do is have your money right, have your mind right, have your image right, have your health right. You're going to be good. But here you go. You pick the country or the woman that you want, and sometimes it's too early for you to be in love. It is not your time to be in love. It's your time to get your grind right, get your mind right, and then bring the woman into your life. And then when the rest of us do it, y'all look at us like we crazy. Because that's what I did, man. It was a 3-year journey. 2 of those years was with Andrea. I'm coming back and forth to Colombia. I had already planned on living here. I wasn't with the first person who I was with. It took a few people in Colombia and other countries for me to decide on, okay, this is the one. Then there was a 2 more year journey after that. What was the first year? Get my mind right, get my money right, get my image right, how I saw me. So if I don't see me in a positive, remember I said, if you deal with bottom feeders in the States, you're going to deal with bottom feeders outside the States. So I made sure I have my image about me correctly, how I saw me, not how other people see me, but how I saw me. So I had to get that right. And then the 2 years, I'm transitioning like Chopper Pie from DR to Brazil. I gotta set this up, make sure I gotta take this, donate this, do that, get my credit right, all this stuff. I wasn't sitting around like Andrea the one. I'm gonna bring her to the States tomorrow. If I'd have did that prior to, that woman's life would have been messed up. My life would have been messed up. My confidence in me would have been messed up. Wouldn't be a Love Crossing Borders. Wouldn't be all the other channels. Wouldn't be knowing all you great guys. None of this, because I was selfish and I brought somebody from their country to the United States when I shouldn't have been bringing nobody nowhere, because I really deep down inside couldn't handle having somebody in another country, from another country at that time period. And a lot of you dudes and a lot of you ladies keep doing that. You keep making that same mistake of being selfish and impatient.
Mm-hmm. And if you, as the provider, are dealing with somebody who's give you that push, like, hey, I want to come to where you are. I want to go to the States. I don't want to be here anymore. And you like being in their home country. Have to talk with them. Yeah. Don't wait the wife like that. Have to talk with them. Sit down and break down and be like, hey, baby, this is why I feel for us, it is better that I come down here. We build a life down here. I can provide. You do your job. I do mine. And we'll have a happy, successful life. And if they don't see it like that, that's cool. But as long as you have your vision and your mission, the star will fit in the star hole.
Yes.
Trust the timing of your life.
Yes.
Because ain't nothing worse than somebody trying to force you or press you back to something you already walked away from.
They don't trust life, dude. Most dudes, like the motivational speaker Tony Robbins said, most dudes dabble in life. They don't live life. They dabble, like you're dipping a piece of bread in gravy, or you're dipping some pancakes in syrup. They dabble in life. They don't want to live life. Most dudes don't want to live life. That's why most dudes, I take you for, a lot of dudes I take for granted. Like, yeah, okay, I hear you. What, really? Oh, man, that sounds good, bro. Because at the end of the day, most people dabble in life. They don't live life. And when it's time to follow the rules of life, they don't want to follow the rules. You mean I gotta wait, and this may not be the right one, and I gotta wait a couple years for the right one? I'm 30. You a man and you 30 and you acting like you got, man, I'm 50, I'm 54 years old, be 55. If I got patience, how can I in the world? I can't see why dudes 30, 35, 40, 50 years old ain't got enough patience. You guys got too much time in life to find love, man. If love is gonna happen, get your money up, get yourself right for when it does happen. You ain't got to worry about your money. You get your mind right. Because some of you dudes, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You let a woman go back to the United States, you the most insecure, jealous dude. You can't handle her. You can barely handle being around her and dudes glancing, looking at her while she in her own country. Can you imagine taking your girl somewhere, you in Walmart, and dudes looking all that fineness walking through, and here you go with your insecure. Why are they looking at you? Well, you need to dress like this. Well, you need to wear. Well, when I was in DR on the island, I could wear these type of shorts. Well, you can't wear those shorts here no more. Some of you dudes so insecure, ain't no way in hell y'all should be talking about bringing some woman to the United States. You're too insecure. You're too jealous. You're too afraid. I said it. Half you dudes so afraid that this woman gonna leave you for real, for real. Once you get her to the States, you try to lock her into, I'll pay all the bills. You ain't got to go nowhere. You just stay locked in that closet till I get home from work.
Cinderella's.
Really? For real. These dudes want Cinderella pre-slippers. They want these females to be Cinderella pre-slippers. They don't want to see her in the golden gown. They don't want to see her in a nice ride. They want her to be around the mice, but not the horses, the white horses. That's what they want. They don't want her to have a fairy godmother, somebody that can motivate her and encourage her to be the best that she can be. They want her to be out there sweeping, cleaning, cooking. That's all they want her to be. And you got the audacity to want her to come to another country with you to trust you? What? And you send her to a country where she got to pay more taxes than she's ever paid in wages. She ain't even know nothing about taxes being that high in the United States, because most people that are foreigners don't talk about taxes. They don't think about that. So now you bring her to a country in the name of your selfishness, your insecurities, and your fears and your impatience, because you decided that this woman does not want, because you decided because the sex was so good, I just gotta have this experience, like the brother just said, in the United States. If the experience is so good, then grind for it. If that experience that you had in Colombia is so good, then grind. I did.
Motivation.
Russell did. Chopper Pie did. We grind to get out the United States. We ain't just all of a sudden say, well, I'm going to just walk out the United States. We grinded for hours. What makes y'all think y'all better than us? If we got to grind to lead the states the right way, you got to grind too. If it's worth it. If it ain't worth it, keep your happy tail in the United States and mess with them nice, sweet, the good ones, because some good U.S. sisters, but deal with the nice, sweet U.S. sisters. But don't sit up here and try to act like what we do is easy. It's easy peasy and anybody can do it. No, this ain't built for everybody, because most of you dudes ain't grinders. You ain't hustlers. You ain't about to stand on your principles for nothing. Anybody can just push you off your little principles. You ain't got no standards. I'm a river. You a flood. What's the difference between a river and a flood? A river has boundaries. A flood doesn't. You ain't got no boundaries. You ain't got no limitations. And you sit up there trying to, a person without boundaries and no limitations, and you a flood, but yet you expect somebody else to ride the raft of your life with you. Man, please. There is no way in the world some of you dudes need to be talking about love. Don't ever speak of love. You need to speak of lust, because that's all you're going through is lust. That's what dudes be missing when they talk about leaving the United States or bringing somebody to the United States. It don't be the experience of like, oh, wow, this country was great. I really met some nice people. I met Chopper Pie. I met some of the nice locals. Chop, they never say that about when they want to bring somebody to the States. All they talk about is she's so fine, her sex is so good, her cooking was so good, her family was so nice. All the stuff that was about me. She
called me Poppy.
Thank you. She called me Poppy. And all of a sudden now you want to bring that experience back with you. The experience that's not going to last, because if you bring them over, now you got responsible. Now the other thing is that dudes don't think about, now you're responsible for a whole human being, because if they don't get their green card, and there's no guarantee that they get a green card to actually work, they either got to work under the table, which they ain't going to make no real money, And green cards are not guaranteed. And if she gets it, you and her have to live in the United States for 3 years. You can't go nowhere. So now your little dream of moving to Colombia or moving to Brazil, that's gone for 3 years because she got a green card. Oh, you ain't think about that, huh, players? Y'all ain't think none of y'all think about that, huh?
They about
years. And you are responsible for her medical expenses for 10 years. So if she leave you, she get hit by a car. Guess who get the bill, player? You get the bill. 10 years deep. It's your responsibility when you bring that person over is on the visa. But you dudes don't think about that. All you thought about was how good she sucked you, huh? Man, y'all some suckers. Y'all some suckers.
Hey, shout out to Teddy KGB at work. Yeah, we for the super chat. Yeah, we still on the grind, man. I should have broke this live down. I should have ended this and started a new one because this is I don't know if it's too late for that, but this is a whole new
My
topic.
bad. Yeah, my bad. I just had to ask the question.
No,
like,
you
question,
good,
brother. Oh, that was a great question.
Good. I'm just saying. I'm just saying I
should
should have just ended the first live and started a new one right after because this is a great old time for his own. But
yeah, because this is the question that I've always wanted to get the right answer. Because, like you guys said, a lot of brothers think that it's best to bring whoever they meet over here. But the way everything has been broken down tonight and what I've learned, yeah, man, I'd rather just like I said I was gonna do. I want to do a couple investments before I leave.
Yeah,
so that's just my plan.
Dre,
I mean, it's just I'm glad and I appreciate you, Dre, more than anything, just dropping all the knowledge and me learning, because I never knew all of that stuff. All that stuff, that's a lot of deep shit. And that's stuff that, like, I'm not trying to even deal with at all.
We did a live, Dre Jorge and I, like 2 months ago, called 3 S's and a P. That's sex, sandwich, silence, and peace. Shout out to Garden Scientists for letting me know you're active on these lives. Make sure you guys go check that out on the channel. The live we did, the 3 S's and a P: sex, sandwich, silence, and peace. Garden says, "I don't need my women doing too much. I'm against all that women power stuff. You heard? Sex, sandwich, silence, peace. Listen, when you're overseas, they don't need to do too much. Neither do you." K Travel asked, Dre Travel about TV, curious to find out what percentage of these marriages / relationships work.
It depends on what he means as far as the country.
Yeah, every country is different.
He means exporting.
Oh, that's a good question, man. I really don't know the percentage. For me, it seems the percentage of those guys that choose. I'm going to say it like this: the percentage of guys that I know that chose wisely, and it's not easy to choose wisely, those usually stand the test of time that I found. I found a lot of that have been together 10, 15, 20 years in relationships or marriages that chose wisely. But the guys that rushed, I promise, I have yet to see a couple break up that after they broke up, even I don't care if they were together 5 years, I was able to say, yeah, I can see them separated. I couldn't see them together. Every single one of them I saw, and I looked like, why did you even choose her, dude? Every single now, I've never been surprised when somebody separates from somebody that they weren't supposed to be with. Because usually what I find with especially brothers, like the brother said, because the experience is so good, usually I find dudes rush in when they choose a person. And like Oprah said, like Maya Angelou said, when a person tells you who they are, when you first meet them, believe them. And guys ignore it. And then they marry that, or they get in long relationships with it and wonder why it didn't work. Oh, Dre, you and Andre is special. No, we chose this type of person who we're with on purpose. She chose the type of person who I am on purpose. I chose the person who she is on purpose. It wasn't a, hey, you got lucky. No, dude. I have standards. Remember, I am a river. You are a flood. Rivers have standards, boundaries. Floods don't. So at the end of the day, the statistics I find is Those that choose wisely usually stand the test of time. Doesn't matter if it's older, younger relationship, doesn't matter if they're both the same age. No relationship is perfect. Every relationship has its ups and downs, but at the end of the day, those usually last the longest. But the ones that usually just go for either I'm going to showcase my money and she's going to showcase her beauty or sex, those usually do not work out in the long run. They
And no
usually
ignoring
don't.
red flags.
Yeah, yeah, they
No
usually
ignoring the
don't.
red flags. So for me, I would say I don't have a percentage like Dre said, but I can confidently say in this day and age, it's probably a very low percentage as
Hmm.
compared to what it would have been 30 years ago, 40 years ago, where you probably go to another country, meet somebody, bring them back, and they'll be okay. But in this day and age, with the level that westernization is at, with social media, with toxic femininity, with toxic masculinity, I say very, very low chance because now it's so easy. It's almost like a norm that people come with hidden motives. You got to start worrying about hidden motives. You got to start worrying about the change. And like Dre said, and it's a very interesting point that a lot of you guys, and I hope somebody could make it to this part of the live to hear this, but a degree or job title in a foreign country will not always transfer in the United States. A psychologist or engineer or math teacher can't go to the US, walk their happy pretty behind in a school or in a construction site and start working.
Hmm.
They're gonna look at their nice, beautiful degree from the Columbia University or the Brazilian or Dominican University, and they're gonna be like,
Yep.
and then what? Somebody who spent 4 years, 5 years in school, paid X amount of dollars, cried, struggled, fought for that job title. They're now in a land where it ain't shit. Got to think about that. My girl's a doctor. My girl's a psychologist. My girl's an accountant. My girl's a dentist.
Oh, you got the bot thing again.
Ah, let me see. Um, my girl's this, my girl that. You gon' bring them to the states and be like, yeah, my girl's in the back, flipping the burgers at McDonald's, or my girl's sweeping the hotels, or she got to work from 3 to 2 because her college degree, her job title didn't transfer over to the states with her as easy as it was to get her here.
That's true.
You're taking them out of their element. You're taking them out of the place where they can succeed the most, even though it's harder in terms of the maybe the pay or opportunity. But that's where the balance comes in, right? I didn't go to the Dominican Republic. I didn't get in a relationship with a woman telling her to split the rent with me or telling her to split the bills with me. No, I went and all I asked for was my three S's and the P. You do what you got to do. You do what makes you happy as long as it's not hurting me or anybody else. But now you can't you take them out of that element. You're taking them away from their chance of success. As much as they will tell you that it sucks, but it only sucks because of the how can I explain it? It only sucks because of the not the pay. Because if you ask people, hey, if finances were a little bit better in your country, would you say they'd be like, hell yeah, they wouldn't leave. But a lot of people, especially like in these countries, get confused with that fake glitter gold
Right.
of the US, that the US is streets paved of gold and dreams come true. And my life is like one of those movies where I start off as a dishwasher and now I'm the CEO of this company in less than 3 weeks. Nah, yeah. I should have said that part in Spanish because there's a lot of Dominicans, Colombians, whoever the need to hear that. Telling you, I'm gonna see if I can get my friend that's in the Bronx right now crying on a live for her to tell her story. She is dying to go back to DR, but she can't.
Yeah. And it's often like, and that's another thing that a lot of guys don't realize. It is very, very common for when they get there, they want to go back home. They want to go back home. They're like, man, y'all can have this. Y'all can have it. Some of you guys have never had exhausted sex from your girl. I said it. You ain't never had your girl come home from a 12-hour shift, take a shower, get ready for bed, and you horny, and now you want her to get it in. See, you used to her being bright-eyed and bushy-tailed throughout the day. You ain't never seen her come home from work tired. I mean, tired. Like, baby, you know what? I pulled a muscle. I don't know how I pulled that muscle, but I'm tired. And here you go, baby. You like, I'm used to getting it in with her like 2-3 times a day. When we were in her country, yeah, because she wasn't working full time like that in all those hours. Plus, she was living in the country, Colombia, where every other month is a couple of holidays to give her to bring the stress. Colombia even has a holiday called Family Day. They got just hey, just go home and spend time with your family. They ain't even got nothing like that in the United States. They got a holiday for everything else in the world in the United States, but nothing for the family. And so you ain't used to seeing her stressed out, or you ain't used to her. She doing you. She push you back. She yawn and then try to finish supplying, take care of you. You ain't used to seeing nothing like that. And then when she do it, you get mad. You get your feelings because you thinking like you already been thinking like she gonna cheat on you anyway. All that start to play with your mind, not realizing maybe she just tired from work, or tired of being in that traffic, or tired of riding that train for the last 2.5 hours because her job is on the other side of the city. She ain't never had to deal with no other side of the city a day in her life. But you want to bring her to the States, don't you, dog? Y'all fellas want to just take them to the States because you all so selfish and impatient and don't want to just get yourself together. So you figure, hey, let me just get what I can right now. But that's what that is. Like my brother just said, y'all keep reaching for the low-hanging fruit of life. You keep reaching for the low-hanging fruit of life. And ain't nothing down there on those low-hanging fruit but scorpions. Scorpions. And you get mad every time you get stung and try to blame it on the rest of the tree. Oh, this tree is rotten. Why? I got a rotten fruit. Well, dude, you keep reaching for the ones that are rotten, dude. That's on you. They ain't got nothing to do with the tree. Nothing to do. That's exactly what that brother is saying, man. Absolutely correct. The cost of her living, the cost of your living, the fact that, and we talk about her getting work. As I just mentioned, if she does not have a green card, she is going to be considered an illegal person there working, and she might be able to get a under the counter type job, but a real job based off of her education, her insight that she used while she was a psychologist or a doctor in her own country. She can't get those jobs without a green card. And it takes forever to, when she finally gets it, you both must stay in the United States for 3 years. You must. There is no you going somewhere else after that. If you want her to keep that green card that she worked so hard for to get. You got to take all that into consideration, man. Y'all sitting up there just letting booty and beauty dictate this, and y'all sitting back looking crazy. Me and Andre, just like Chopper Pa said, me and Andre have already sat down, had the United States talk. So now we look at the United States as a place to visit. We dictate on how long we want to be there to visit, the places that she wants to see, and the people who I want to introduce her to. And then we decide, okay, if the U.S. is not going to be our place, she says, well, Andre, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in Colombia. I'm like, well, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in the U.S. So let's sit down as a couple, start researching countries that we can compromise on. So that's when we came up with the idea of, hey, she has family in Europe. I want to go to Europe. So we decided, hey, let's start visiting and checking out Europe and maybe some of those countries. Plus, we're close enough to enjoy Africa too, as well as Asia. So, okay, there we go. So that's our compromise. So maybe you and the person who you with may have to find a compromise country instead of automatically saying, you coming to the U.S. or she's saying, you coming to Colombia. Maybe she don't want to be in Colombia and you don't want to be in the U.S. Maybe y'all might just meet up and say Mexico is the spot or Canada is the spot. But don't just automatically drag somebody, automatically assuming that success is going to happen in their life and your life in the United States. And 90%, 85% of Americans don't even have $1,000 saving for emergency fund. Most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, even many of us that are traveling. So to sit back and bring a woman who thought that you were above average because you spent like that when you were in her country, and find out when you get to your country, you're just the average Joe. She didn't know you was an average Joe. You never told her you were an average Joe. So now she got to find out that about you. You're just a regular dude. What happened making it rain like you were doing in DR? What happened to the popping the bottles like you were doing in DR? What happened to the villas that we were going to? What's this apartment you live in? What is that crawling on the wall? She ain't used to seeing none of that from you. And now all of a sudden she got to deal with New York rats, New York falcons, New York dogs, New York cats that's scared of the rats.
Raccoons, possums.
Thank you. She ain't never smelled a skunk a day in her life. All of a sudden she come to the Midwest with you and she smelling skunks. She ain't never seen a cornfield except for the children of the corn. Now she's scared of your cornfields. She ain't used to none of that. You got her hollering out, is that Malachi out there? Oh, you know I'm gonna come with the jokes. So you guys gotta realize before you make these decisions, ladies, and this also go for the ladies. If you think that you're gonna go to the islands and find you a Tay Diggs and think you're gonna be like Angela Bassett and go get hyped up by Whoopi Goldberg and wait and Stella got her groove back, baby, you go ahead and bring one of them island boys back to the States you want to. I know a Colombian that got by a Colombian. Check it out. This Colombian chick is freaking hot to death. But her family is Cali. She was raised in New York, right? Came down here to Cali. Met her a dude. Miss America Cali. Met her a dude. Married the dude. Brought the dude back to United States. Ain't seen the dude since. Miss Hot Chick. I'm talking about when you see it, you be like, man, how old is she? 41. What? She look like she's 27. I know. That's how hot she is. And even Miss Hot Chick from the United States got. So if a hot chick from the United States can get got, how much more us regular brothers can get got? We got to take this in consideration. So don't just think that it's happening to the guys, ladies. It can happen to you too. Just because he sucked your toes, your nose, and elbows doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get got either. Because your Tay Diggs, as soon as he step on the States from Jamaica, he will sit back and run off on you too. And you will be stuck for 10 years responsible for his medical bills, even if you ain't seen him in 3.
Yo. Well, I know what I got to do. But I appreciate you answering my question, though, because it was definitely a question that I've been waiting for the right answer.
I mean, when you call her, I could be in the background singing, now that we've come to the end of the road, and I can't. I'll be in the background singing if you need me to, as bad as I sing. You belong to me. I belong to you.
I can do the Barry White.
Just had a
Barry White if you want.
Hey man, like I said, yo, even though I got the one unicorn, I've always thought that like it would just be right to do it.
Unicorns all over the place.
You know, I'm not saying they're not, but I'm just saying, obviously from my side, obviously I've never gotten the answer to why dudes is always saying don't bring a girl to the States. No one has answered my question right. Period. Everybody hears stories and shit, but you know, tonight, for sure, it just makes sense, and I understand more than anything now.
And you notice that we spoke very little about, and don't forget your thought, Chop. I'm not going to be long. We didn't speak much about she gonna leave you for another dude. But we grazed across that. But the last hour and a half, we actually spoke of the really important things.
Yeah, because I'm not insecure and stuff like that. Where stuff like that's concerned. It's just more of like the aspects of what y'all explained tonight for people that did not know, dudes that did not know. It just brought to light why it just makes sense to just invest in yourself, take your time, and then just move wherever they are. Just move to a country where y'all could compromise, like you said.
Right.
Yeah.
And then with this, a lot of you guys ask your relationship if now is this person with you for love or convenience?
Mm-hmm.
Because like GQ said, he just got his answer. Now, what if she doesn't agree with the answer? What if his yes is her no? Even him knowing what he knows now, and I'm just using GQ for an example, not say he's going through anything, but let's say GQ knowing what he knows now talks to somebody who wanted to go to the States and he broke it down like, hey, listen, there's a better option. We could do it this way. Nah, but I want to go to the States or I want to do this or that. I have to go. I need to work. I need to do this, to do that. At some point, it's going to go from we to me. I have to. I need to. I got to. Shit, I heard it. I heard it in DR a lot. I was messing with a girl that was like, "Oh, I have to go to the States to work to help my mom." Like, you go to the States, you're gonna end up having to help your mom and your damn self.
Mm-hmm.
Worse.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all gonna come down to who you guys are dealing with at the end of the day. But like I said, take that ticking time bomb out of your head. Like, damn, if I don't do this, I'm gonna lose this. I'm gonna lose that. Like Let's Talk Spanish TV said, there's an abundance in these countries. There's an abundance in Colombia. There's parts of Colombia that Dre probably hasn't even gone to yet. There's parts of Brazil I haven't gone to yet. I only been here a month, like obviously stating, but there's so many parts of the world where time is on your side. And I get it. I know we feel, well, time is on our side, but time isn't promised. True. Look at Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace.
All right.
Time isn't promised. But what would you rather do? Go through your time rushing uncertainty or going through your time doing things your way, your manner, the way you want it, getting the results you want, controlling the things you can't control, not stressing about the things outside of your control. What would you rather do with your time? Which of the two? Very, very simple things to think about. But us as men, as traveling men, we tend to make it complex because what's the rush? You already did the heavy lifting. You made it. You moved. You made it as an expat. You moved out the matrix. You did the heavy lifting. Now it's time, like Jay said, prepare yourself for whatever is to come into your life will come and you're
Mm-hmm.
ready to receive it.
That's it.
A lot of us pray to God for blessings, but are we praying to God to prepare us for those blessings?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? Stars fit the stars, no squares with the stars. Don't let anybody, any of these countries, any of these situations, whether they're pros, doctors, whatever, force you into a situation where you don't want to be, where you don't need to be. Because end of the day, if it's not a convenience for you, it's not going to be a convenience for them.
Correct.
And that's what I got to say on the subject. Let's wrap it up. I just wouldn't, if I was with somebody, seriously, I would not bring them back to the States for all the reasons that we stated tonight. And I'm really, really glad that GQ got to hear this straight from Dre. Got to read some of the comments. Got to hear this from me. And
I mean,
anybody else who's watching this now or will be watching this after. First off, thank you. And just hope. Like I come on YouTube every time I do a video or live, just with the thought, like, yo, I hope I could impact somebody's life in a positive way. or I hope like, all right, whoever's on the panel with me, whether it be Russ or Jorge or Dre, that what they didn't hear from me, they hear from them, and it like shifts their life in a different way. It saves lives. That's what I'm trying to do when I put panels together. I'm trying to save lives of those of you who know you need to get out the matrix, you want to get out the matrix, but how and what to do once you get out. That's what Chop Up Our TV is all about. It's not just entertainment, it's help. Here to help.
Oh yeah.
That's
This
what
whole
TV is.
conversation went left after I went that question, but
No, man. It went just right.
Mm-hmm.
Now Chopper Pop can take this episode and chop it down into like 4 episodes. He good.
Yep. Yep. Definitely.
literally. I mean, I think this episode answered every question, under the sun.
And not
From
just
my
for you.
story and you answering my question and just breaking it down more and just the logical way to go.
Chopper Pop did say he had to refresh the battery. He did give you a heads up that, hey, you got time?
Damn, I got I still got
Yeah,
2 hours
man.
before we come in.
It's almost like 2:00 in the morning over here. I'm just like, damn, son. I didn't think this conversation would have been this long.
Yeah,
He
me
was
neither.
like, yo, I want you to be on, talk about your story because I know you had, your story. It was a success. And that was it. Once I asked that question, I was like, oh, shit.
I'm happy to
Man,
have it for a
y'all,
reason. There might be people watching now or watching after that needed to hear this part that could be going to the courthouse in maybe a week to sign a paper to get married to bring something back to the US, and this video could save their life.
yeah.
I hope all you guys watching share this video with somebody who travels or who's dating abroad or who's maybe making time bomb decisions. Tell them just fast forward to this part where we started talking about it, but share this video definitely because you could definitely help somebody out, even somebody who wasn't looking for it. Just like GQ wasn't looking for these questions and answers tonight, and he left with a whole boatload of knowledge. But definitely, Dan, we hit the 4 hour mark. Jay, this is like my second time with you where I'm like going over the 3 hour mark. But it's great. It's great for the community. It's great for the channel. I love it. You're 2 hours behind, so it's even better for you. It's about to be 3 a.m. here in Brazil. 3
Oh,
a.m.
okay.
Yeah, it's 2:00. It's 2 a.m. here right now and everything. So I
But I'm
know it's
definitely gonna have to.
late.
I'm definitely gonna have to break this video down. Just like Garden said, welcome to Chop Out TV. This is what we do here. Thank you, Garden Scientists. Definitely. Make sure you guys go check out other lives we have done in the past between Dre, Jorge, and I, or Dre and Russell, or me and Russell, or me and Jorge. Definitely got to check out the 3S's and the P live. It was fantastic. The blueprint to managing relationships abroad was fantastic. But fellas and ladies, just because you're going abroad doesn't mean that you leave your worth behind. If you have the worth, definitely if you have the worth. Fellas, closing out messages.
Oh, I've said enough. Just want to say thank you for allowing me to be on your platform again. I appreciate you, brother. I got nothing but love for you. You are excellent at what you do, and I look forward to seeing more content that helps out people coming from you in the future, man.
Thank you, brother, and thank you for always being my wingman and sometimes the pilot for these episodes, man. It's definitely we definitely pack a 1-2 punch. When Jorge's here, he finishes up with the haymaker. It's definitely a good thing we got going on YouTube. Jay. I always appreciate you for answering the bat signal whenever I throw it up. GQ, what you got to say?
One thing I just gotta say, man, like I just appreciate, being on this. I know this conversation was solely, if you could turn, you know, all the garden shit into a housewife. And like I said, It could happen, but obviously it's all about the situation. But
Not a one size fit all.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? Don't go in it thinking about yourself. Like this whole conversation is all about not being selfish. And I think that's the main thing that we all gotta like take from this, not being selfish and just take our time with everything. And
Jay,
being
what,
patient.
Jay, what was that
Patient,
line you
patient,
used
patient.
last night with Russell about doing it for you?
Everything is always
Yeah,
about
yeah.
you.
Don't move to another country, or have somebody else move to your country for them. Do those things for you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you got to do those things for you. You cannot do it for them, and you should not have them do it for you. It should be mutual. It really should be if it's in a relationship. That's why I gave the analogy that most people, this is the first time anybody I've ever heard the story with Andrea and I regarding, well, I don't want to live in my home country. Well, I don't want to live in my home country. What do? Well, you got another 197 countries to choose from. So that's where our compromise came about. This is the first time I've told somebody that I've shared that story about Andre and I. In other words,
Nice.
what you were saying in regards to last night. You just
I
can't
appreciate
just do everything for the other person, have them do everything for you as well.
it. Well, definitely appreciate you guys. Listen, this is as real as it gets. Just Dre coming here and sharing his experiences, his success story. Got the blueprint. If you guys are new to this stream, if you guys are new to this channel, make sure you guys go subscribe to Love Crossing Borders TV. Andrea and Andrea. Great content coming out of Colombia. Definitely. I want to say one of the premier roads you would want to walk on when you make that decision to move out of the matrix. Make sure you guys go check out brother's channel. Always great content. Turn on the bells for the lives he does weekly. GQ, hope this isn't the last that we see of you on Chop About TV. We know
Nah,
how
man. I mean, whenever you want me to pull up, man, like I said, I've traveled all over, so I got many stories. So
There you go.
whatever topics you need, man, just holler at me, man. I got plenty of stories, yo.
perfect. We definitely gotta pick your brain. You guys get together for that festival. I'm gonna see what can happen because I know Russ wanted to come to Brazil around that time. I'm gonna see if I can make a miracle happen in August. See what's going on. But about to end the live stream. You guys hold on real quick. To all of you guys who watch, we watch it after. I appreciate you guys. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, share. And this is the end of this episode. Let's roll the tape.